मुगाचे नमस्कार कोणालागी वचून निमगेला रे आमगे आमचेगेला अंतू पिज्जू कसं करतशिलो अज्जू कसं करतशिलो म्हळ्यार आन्सर येवचें आमकां बिझनेसाची जाल्यार आज आमी कंपनी सर्वल्ल्याची विंगड विंगड करतसाची विंगड विंगड कामान सर्वल्ल्याची म्हणून आन्सर येता बट अपास एक GSB आमगेलांतू गौड सारस्वत सेवक समाज मल्लेश्वरम बेंगलोर हांणी एक इनिशिएटिव्ह घेवन बिझनेसाक सपोर्ट करका नेक्स्ट जनरेशन समेत बिझनेसाक येवका म्हणल्यार एक इनिशिएटिव्ह घेतिला जी शणै माम तशेंच आर शानबाग माम आनी हेंगेल होड टिमाक सपोर्ट केलेलो तसले मस्त होड होड लोक आसाची उल्हास कामत मामय आमगेलो तस प्रदीप मामय आमगेलो तस हांकां एक फस्ट क्लॅप मारना जी कार्यक्रम आरंभ करका म्हण हांव निमगून घेतास इत्याक म्हळ्यार एक आवश्यकता आशिल्लें एक कोणेय एक येवन येद्रा येवन इनिशिएटिव्ह घेवका आशिल्लें आमी शार्क टँक पुरो पळयतना मस्त लेखता आशिल्लीची आमगेल समाजांत कोणें केलें जाल्यार सुलभ जाता आशिल्ली एक स्टेप आमकां वग्गी आमी स्टार्टअपाक वत्ता आशिल्लीची म्हणून तसलो एक इनिशिएटिव्ह घेवन आज कसं खुशी विशय म्हळ्यार दोग जाण स्टार्टअपाक आमचे गेलांकाची लेटर ऑफ इंटेंट दिला दोग जाणांक दुड्ड येवचे ऑलमोस्ट रेडी जाला बँक अकाउंटाक आनी येवन पावता तशें तांणी दोग जाण आसाची तशें जावन हें काम केलेलें हें सगळे टिमाक पास एक पंद आमी मोगान क्लॅप मारनो तांकां एप्रिशिएट करया गौड सारस्वत सेवक समाज मल्लेश्वरम बेंगलोर हांणी केलेले GSB स्टार्टअप एंजल्स म्हळ्यार एक कार्यक्रम आरंभ जाले आरंभ जातरी असले टॉक मस्त ऑन्टरप्रिनर्सान येवन दिवका आमगेल समाजाचे मस्त जन बिझनेसमॅन आसाचे बिझनेस कशी वाडोवचे आयिल्लें दुड्डू कशी मॅनेज करचे हें पुरा कळका जाल्यार कोण मॅनेज केला की तांकांच आपूण टॉक केल्यार तदना छंद अशें तें तशें जावन जी मस्त स्पिकर्स आसाची 1.5 घंटे थंय प्रोग्राम जाता तुमी कसं करका म्हळ्यार एकच एक रिक्वेस्ट तुमगेल मोबायल सायलेंट मोडार दवरायची इंटरनेट ऑफ करून सोडायची इत्याक म्हळ्यार एक पॉयंट मिस जाल्यार मिस आमी स्टार्टअप म्हणून सोनी टीव्हीर पळयताची युट्यूबार घालून पळयताची आमगेल मुखार आज हें कार्यक्रम जाता असं म्हणटना आमी तितले एटेंटीव आसूं म्हणून इतले छंद एक इनिशिएटिव्ह घेतला आनी स्टार्ट करतना स्वल्प जन येतली दिसता एक 100 भितर आसतली दिसता म्हणून एक आलोचन आशिल्लें बट खाली स्टुडंट्सांक एक मेसेज पेटयला नेक्स्ट स्टुडंट्साक स्वल्प दीस नंतर करताची ताका म्हळ्यार जन चड जालीची मोर दॅन 250 रजिस्ट्रेशन्स खाली बिझनेसांत आशिल्लें स्टुडंट्स कोणूय नाचत स्टुडंट्सांक जी शणै मामान सांगला तशें आर शानबाग म्हणला नेक्स्ट आमी फ्युचरांत करताची तुमगेल खातीर कार्यक्रम तशें जावन तुमी स्वल्प तडवसून घेवका म्हणला तशें जावन ते कार्यक्रम फ्युचरांत जाता आज ही कार्यक्रमां तुमी मोगान आयल्याची आयचे GSB स्टार्टअप ऑन्टरप्रिनर समीट 2026 आयलेलो तुमकां मोगान अपास हांव स्वागत करता आमगेलो ओटू आज लायटिंग द लॅम्प करूंक घडणे आसाची ताचे के विशीं फुडें देवाल उडगास करका तशें जावन हांव आपयतास प्रार्थना प्रभू लिडरशीप कॅम्पांतूची मेळ्ळल तसले एक चेल्ली स्टार्टअप म्हळ्यार नेक्स्ट एज्युकेशन जातरी जाल्यार लिडरशीप कॅम्प जतन मेळ्ळल तसले एक चेल्ली प्रार्थना प्रभूक हांव मोगान स्वागत करतास देवालय प्रार्थना करूंक
ओंकार प्रधान रूप गणेशाचे ओंकार प्रधान रूप गणेशाचे हे तिन्ही देवांचे जन्मस्थान ओंकार प्रधान रूप गणेशाचे अकारात ब्रह्मा उकारात विष्णु अकारात ब्रह्मा उकारात विष्णु मकर महेश जाने येला ओंकार प्रधान रूप गणेशाचे हे तिन्ही देवांचे जन्मस्थान ओंकार प्रधान रूप गणेशाचे ओंकार प्रधान रूप गणेशाचे
धन्यवाद प्रार्थनाक आता मुखारी लायटिंग द लॅम्प जाता देव चोळोचाक आमगेलो टस्ट तसले आर शानबाग माम आणि जी शणै माम आमगेल गेस्टांक आपोवन हाडका वेदिके वयर म्हणून निमगून घेता आसा प्रथम जावन UK and कोवाचे फाउंडर श्री उल्हास कामत मामान वेदिके वयर येवका तशीच आमगेलो टू हंग्यो आयस्क्रीमाचे MD श्री प्रदीप पै मामाने वेदिके वयर येवका आमगेलो टू वेंटाना वेंचर्साचे पूर्णिमा नायक हान्य आसाची देखून तुमी वेदिके वयर येवका तशीच अंकुश नायक असल्यार तुमी वेदिके वयर येवका म्हणून निमगून घेता आसा तशीच विनायक कामत ex-CEO ऑटो CNC हान्य असल्यार देखून तुमी वेदिके वयर येवका ह्या संदर्भेर म्हणून आमी निमगून घेता आसा धन्यवाद देखून बैसका तुमी म्हणून रिक्वेस्ट करून घेता आसा तशेंच आज आयलल तसल तुमगेले हें जागो तुमी पळयता आसा कशें आसा हें जागो बशेल कडेन देखून आन्सर दिया पळया कशें आसा हें जागो तुमी आयले कुडले पळयलें हें जागो बार लायक खूश जाता एक कसं एक बिझनेस नेक्स्ट लेवला वर्क म्हणून दिसता न्हू हें जागे येताना तसले एक एटमॉस्फियर अशें तसले एक जागो हें जागो सिलेक्ट केलेले जी शणै मामानी आर शानबाग मामानाचे विंगड विंगड वेन्यू पळोवन हांगा करका म्हणून जाल्यार हें जागो केलेलें तसलें रोहित भट मामान सो तांगेलें मस्त इनिशिएटीव वर्क वर्क म्हळ्यार एक जागो हांगा क्रिएट करून भारी चंद एटमॉस्फियराची हें इव्हेंट जावच्याक केला तांणी मेसेज दिवन पेटयला आनी रोहित भट माम कशें म्हळ्यार गव्हर्मेंटाचे बियॉन्ड बँगलोर अशा पुरो तशेंच आमगेले MP श्री ब्रिजेश चौटा हांगेले बॅक टू उरू प्रोग्राम अशा पुरो सिलिकॉन बीच टाइम मँगलोर असले मस्त कार्यक्रमाक निरंतर जावन सपोर्ट जाता आसा आनी एक यांची प्रिमायसेस सारी सुमार 1,500 जनाक बशीत आसा वेवस्था आनी काही वर्क स्पेस हांगेल मस्त आसा तशें जावन तें मेसेज कसो दिला रोहित भट मामान म्हणून सांगूक तशेंच आमकां पुरो जना वेलकम करूंक वेंटाना वेंचर्साचे वायस प्रेसिडेंट इन्व्हेस्टमेंटाचे पूर्णिमा नायक हांकां वेदिके वयर आपयता आसा जोर जावन क्लॅप्स मारनो लेट्स वेलकम पूर्णिमा नायक ऑन स्टेज.
Good morning, Suprabhat, and welcome to Wrk Wrk and Silicon Beach today. Have a Purnima Naika. Sorry, yeah, weather animita taal salpu basla. So have a Ventana Ventures antu 5 वर्षुलान आसा. So आमगेले एक SEBI registered fund कंचे आमी startups invest करतागी. सो बँगलोरांतल्यान कोडेला येवन कसं असं म्हणून लेखतान एक रोहित सरा मेळ्ळो आमी एक फंड स्टार्ट करया म्हणून एक 5 वर्स फूड आमी लेखिलें सो आमी टेक आनी मिडिया टेक आनी एंटरटेनमेंट आनी गेमिंग कंपनीज आसा तांगेले एक्सपर्टिसा प्रकार आमी तांत इन्वेस्ट करता आसाची आतां आमी एक लास्ट फ्यू इयर्सांत वी हॅव इन्वेस्टेड इन अबाउट 10 कंपनीज एंड वी प्राउड टू से दॅट बीइंग अ यंग फंड वी ऑल्सो गॉट वन सक्सेसफुल एक्झिट फ्रॉम वन ऑफ आवर पोर्टफोलियोज. And Rohit sir has been, anchor investor for our fund. And today he appointed me to, convey regards on his behalf. He was scheduled to be here today, but due to his already, earlier work commitments, he has passed this message to you as I read this. Sakadankai Namaskaram. Good morning and welcome to Wrk Wrk and Silicon Beach. It is such a pleasure to host this important event at Wrk Wrk Triangle. When Shanbag Ma'am told me that their intention of hosting this event in Mangalore, I suggested that the launch of GSB Angels to the region should be hosted in a space that is designed for them. Wrk Wrk was designed as a world-class workspace to attract world-class companies and world-class startups to the region. Today we can accommodate about 2,000 people here. It was also designed to host special events, such as one that we are part of today. At Silicon Beach, we have been building a community of startups called TAI Mangalore. While TAI is a global network of entrepreneurs with 64 chapters in 14 countries, Time Mangalore was formed in 2023, and now it's a strong community of 150 plus entrepreneurs, and with seasoned entrepreneurs help new and aspiring founders with mentorship funding. I'm sure a lot of people here have heard of Time Mangalore, and I'm not sure if a lot of them are here around today, however. Today, I am happy to inform you all that Government of Karnataka has announced K Combinator, an accelerator program in partnership with Time Mangalore and Wrk Wrk, with a budgetary support of 9.5 crores. This is first of its kind accelerated program in entire state that is housed outside an academic institution. A big thanks to Sri Priyank Kharge, who readily agreed to support such noble initiative for the region when he got to know it is driven by entrepreneurs who have given exits cumulatively amounting to USD $300 million from the region. So excited to launch it next week from Wrk Wrk. A small, first time hang announced jata sir. Formal announcement is coming next week. Yeah. I'm also happy to reiterate here that any startup from this region who wants to work out of Wrk Wrk can avail a special discount. Supporting innovative startups who are the job creators of future is our privilege. I want all GSB startups to focus on building high potential, high growth startups so that we can keep the spirit of entrepreneurship in our community alive and thriving. Special thanks to R.S. Shanbag ma'am, who was kind enough to invite me to deliver this address and for putting together this wonderful event in conjunction with other leaders of the community. Good luck and Dev Bare Koro to all the startups present in the room. So so that's his message. Thank you all once again for being here. I personally wish GSB Angels every success in its journey, and I look forward to seeing many startups from our community create jobs, wealth, and impact for generations to come. Thank you and welcome. Yeah.
थँक यू पूर्णिमा नायक हांकां मस्त धन्यवाद. एक पण तपास जोर क्लॅप्स मारायची. रोहित भट सर आले मेसेज आहे लायक आशिल्ले आणि मस्त वेळ करना तिला मी 9:45 ऑलमोस्ट जावचे जाल्ले. फर्स्ट सेशन आरंभ करका. आज हांव येताना हांगा निमगेले फॉर्मल जावन करका की इनफॉर्मल करका हाची होस्टिंग म्हणून दोन्ही मिक्स आसचो म्हणून. मिक्स आसता म्हणटा म्हाका एक बारीक गोश्ट जाली. म्हगेल्या मनान तुला एक सांगू का म्हणून. हांव एक सिरीज पळयता आशिल्लो टायटनाचे मेड इन इंडिया म्हणून एक नवी सिरीज तुमी प्रजनान पळोवन अशें पुरो. ते पळयतना म्हाका एक मनीस आमगेले समाजाच्या आलोचना येयलो. कोण म्हळ्यार उल्हास कामत माम. कसा नायका म्हळ्यार तुमी पुरजन पळोवन अशें पुरो. खंयचे ॲड पळयला की उजालाचे 4 बुंदो वाला म्हणून टायटनाक म्युजीक करतना म्हाका तेदन उडगास जाल्लें. उजालाचे एक स्टोरी फ्युचरान तशी एक सिरीज जावन येवका तातूंत उल्हास कामत मामाले मस्त रोल अशा पुरो पळोवच्या बारी खूश जाता म्हणून देखून कोणें घेवची म्हणून नेचरा लागीं निमून घेता हांव ह्या संदर्भेरी. तेजे जावन आतां वेदिके वयर हांव आमगेले मोगाचे कासरगोड उल्हास कामत मामाक आपयता आसा. एंटरप्रेन्योर, इन्वेस्टर, मेंटर आणि फॉर्मर जॉयंट मॅनेजिंग डायरेक्टर ऑफ ज्योती लॅब्स FMCG तूं मस्त काम केलेलो एक्सपिरियन्स. आनी कसं म्हळ्यार फॅमिली बिझनेसाक आनू अज्जो नकरे आनी मुखार सुचनाका इतले पूर व्यार इतले आशिल्ले पूर म्हळ्यार तुमी फस्ट कोणाला वचका म्हळ्यार तें उल्हास कामत मामा लागीं फॅमिली बिझनेसाक मस्त सपोर्ट करता आसाची. कोडयाला कोणाला उगी वचून निमगेल्यार पूत कसं करतास म्हळ्यार कामत मामाले ऑफिसान तूं इंटर्नशीप करतास म्हणटाची तसले रोल मस्त खूश जाता सर. तेजे जावन तुमकां हांव मोगान स्टेजा वयर आपयता आसा. जोर क्लॅप्स मारनो. लेट्स वेलकम श्री उल्हास कामत ऑन स्टेज.
पूर्वजन नमस्कारो. मेगेल ताळे देव बसला लास्ट 3-4 दीस तुगून रोडा ट्रॅवल करून काल रात्री येवन पावत म्हणटना ऑलमोस्ट बॅटरी डावन जाला. बट आय एबल टू मॅनेज नो प्रॉब्लम. मायक्रोफोन हे सांग आयदेची हांग मॅनेज करीत थंय तुकून थंय मॅनेज करतना कोणाक कळूनच म्हगेलो वॉयस गेला म्हणून मायक्रोफोनात एडजस्ट करी. फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल a big thank you to Gigi Shanai ma'am. Very, very big initiative Gigi Shanai ma'am has taken. Second one is his right hand man, R.S. Shanbag ma'am. But for those two people, nothing would have happened. Dream will have remained as a dream. Is Gigi Shanai ma'am and our Shanbag ma'am. Ite malari tanka duduwa agatyana tanka life antu कसं एक गोल्स अचीव करका ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿ ಗೋಲ್ಸ್ ಹಚ್ಚು ಪೂರೋ ಫೈನಾನ್ಷಿಯಲ್ ಗೋಲ್ಸ್ ಹಚ್ಚು ಪೂರೋ ಪೂರಾ ತನಿ ಟಿಕ್ ಮಾನ್ಗಲ್ಲ ಮಸ್ತ್ ವರ್ಷ ಪುಡೆ ಕನ್ ಕೆಲ್ಲ ತನಿ ಜಾಲೇರಿ मुखारे आमगेल चेडवांक आमगेल चेडवांक आमगेल नेबर्साल चेडवांक आमगेल GSB कम्युनिटी जेका आमी क्वेश्चन घालतना दयानंद पाय मामाला आमी वतना दयानंद पाय एज यूजुअल आवाज तुमी कराती very few people you get in our community but he is the foremost in giving the clearance आमी कसं काम केलें रे बिझनस आमचो आमी सुरे दयानंद पाय मामाला वताती आमी एक एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप कॉन्क्लेव म्हणून आमी बेंगलोरान तूं एक 2 वर्सां पूड केलेलें एंड वी वर एबल टू सी lots and lots of entrepreneurs, successful entrepreneurs, generations by generations they have done a good job. When we put them together, दयानंद पायन म्हाका सांगलें ह्या इतले पळय जाणां तूं ओट्टो हाडला म्हणटना सांगलें आमगेलें एक कसं आमगेलें वेल्थ आसा नॉट फायनान्शियल बट from the community onwards, community wise आमगेलें कशें एक wealth आसा तें पळोवचें का but we saw some 300 businessmen coming from all over the country, not only from Mangalore, Bombay, Hyderabad, and everybody came and everybody said that we should do something to our community. That was a decision taken in that meeting that we should do something for our community. That was about 2 years back. Thereafter, we got commitment from our own business people. More than 125 crore of commitment came on that particular day that we are interested in investing in anything if you want to do. Thereafter, we started working, but you need somebody who will say, I will do it or we will do it. And you need a team of people who have money, who have contacts, who have done something in life, who are business people, who understands money, who understands network, and who also have high respect in our community. So naturally, our big bet was with Gigi Shanai Ma'am. He is a former banker. He has done one business, Premier Tissues, amazing business. And even today, he is not there in Premier Tissues. We call him as a Premier Tissues, Gigi Shanai Ma'am. After that, he has one other business, and that is running autopilot. He goes once in a way to Chennai to see the factory, but otherwise business is autopilot. A banker becoming an entrepreneur exiting entrepreneurship, starting one more entrepreneurship. We felt that it should be under his leadership, and then I met him and I told him saying that, Ashas sir, he said, I'm a Korea company. Then he went around and we found Arishan Bagmam, again, wonderful human being, done very well in his life. He got a great exit from his existing business, but he'll continue to mentor that company. He has created more than 2,000 jobs. So he understands the technology, he understands the startup, he has invested in many startups, and from hardcore land, building, machinery, people, working capital, Shanaima will understand. So we felt it's a good combination to start with, and then went back to Dayanand Pai Ma'am, Ashish sir. Then he said, Uggi kitlugi launch karati manalenti. So we launched the fund, and already we have got a commitment of over 50 crore now. Money is available, but we need to give the money. Now, this is a background which I want to tell that how important Gigi Shanai and R.S. Shanbag's role in entire activity. And we did 2-3 programs we did in Kashimat, then we did one in Dwarkanath Mat in Bangalore, then we went to Hubli, now we are here. I want to do something definitely in North Karnataka. We cannot ignore Kumta, Ankola, Honavar. They are also a part of us, and we need to do, even if 10 kids comes, if 20 businessmen comes, Batkal, Ankola, Kumta or Honavar, we need to do one program. Otherwise, we'll be isolating them. We should not do it. A lot of people are asking me from Bombay, a lot of people are asking from Hyderabad, can we do it in Bombay, can we do it in Hyderabad? But my thinking is that let's focus in one area first, that is Karnataka, coastal Karnataka, and then we go to other places so that the focus will be there. Now, why it is so important now? The importance has come because we are pushed to do that. Importance has come, I'm able to see the next 20 years rich become richer, richer will become stinking rich, and stinking rich will become ultra rich. People are becoming more selfish, they'll become more selfish, and they'll become more selfish. People are becoming selfish, states are becoming selfish, countries are becoming selfish, and country don't like other country if they do very well. The more we talk about we are the fastest growing economy, there'll be many countries will be looking at us that how is that they are able to do, why can't we do that? So it is not going to be easy to grow forever because it is the same market, everybody are looking at it. The situation from now on, it's not going to be easy. I pity for the kids who are getting into education now. I pity for the kids who are writing the entrance exam. I pity for the kids who are trying hard to become one more chartered accountant. I just pity for them. It's not worth it. Why it is not worth it? Because 90% of your job AI will do. Whether you like it or not, AI will do. AI will not ask the increment. AI will not ask the bonus. AI will not ask the overtime. AI will not ask anything. Keep doing, keep doing, keep doing. So that is the one scenario. In this world of 195 plus 2, 197 countries, the plus 2 is Palestine and Vatican City. So 195 plus 2, 197 countries, there are only 19 countries achieved $1 trillion economy. Only 19 countries have achieved $1 trillion economy. In the next 5 years, maybe 7 years, there will be 5 states out of India will be achieving $1 trillion economy. There will be 5 states from India will be achieving $1 trillion economy. That is Maharashtra, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Andhra, Telangana, together UP, maybe Gujarat. That is the power of India. We will have definitely 5 to 6 states achieving $1 trillion economy in the world, while where out of 195, only 19 are there. That is the good news. Good news is that we are in a good country, we are in a great state, and Karnataka becomes $1 trillion economy. All of us should be able to take a part of it. Karnataka is growing at 14.3% GDP, nominal 14.3%, but our children's, our kids' increment is not 14.3%, it is at 6 or 7%. Some people are not getting the increment also. If the state is growing, it doesn't mean that you are growing. If the country is growing, it doesn't mean that countrymen are growing. If India growth is at 8%, Indians' growth may not be 8%. The fact of the matter is growth of the country, not necessarily growth of every individuals in that country. Few will surpass everyone. So we do not want it to be only Ambani's, Adani's. We need Ambani's, Adani's in every state. We have many entrepreneurs who have done wonders in our community. We want to reignite and even to say that can we do something big out of our community in the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years. If a person like Gigi Shanai Ma'am, if he has the energy to conduct this kind of a program, a person like Arashan Bag Ma'am has the energy to do after winning the World Cup in his lifetime, that is the power of our community. We need to make use of that. We need to make use of that. Our community is a very small community. We are about 6-7 lakhs. It used to be 10-12 lakhs. From 6-7 lakhs, it can only go to 4-5 lakhs. From 4-5 lakhs, it can only go to 3-4 lakhs. And maybe other 50 years' time, we don't know. We might be like a Parsi community in thousands. While we cannot do much about it, because it has its own social problems, social compulsion, but the fact of the matter is that we are not producing enough children. Despite giving work from home for all our IT professionals for 2 years also, result is pathetic. The fertility rate in Karnataka has come down to 1.65. Looks like it goes towards 1.5 in another 3-4 years' time. That means to say most of the people, they have only one child. When you have only one child, if that child do not want to get into the business, you have a problem. If the child don't want to do what you are doing, you have a bigger problem. So naturally you will say, do whatever you want in life, we are there to support you. So chances that they do nothing is very high when both of you have lots of money to spend on the one kid. What China is seeing now is what we will see after 30 years in India. In China, a good child today, father is the only son, mother is the only daughter, grandfather is the only son, and grandmother is the only daughter, and the child is fed with 6 incomes, savings, because a grandmother is still working in China today. So to that extent, the grandchild is pampered because 6 income is going towards one child. More or less, India will go the same route. That's how some of the states in South India are saying that have more children, we'll give you incentive of 40,000 rupees if you have one child. They don't know. Cloud9 charges 8 lakhs rupees for a deluxe delivery charges. Cloud9 charges 8 lakhs rupees to have a beautiful delivery right from month 1 to month 9. Total package is 8 lakhs. Government gives 40,000 rupees to produce one child. This is a state announcement. The second child will be 50,000. So one way our community starts shrinking. The other way is that our children, knowingly or unknowingly, we have pushed them to knowledge. Historically, we are all business people, children, but some point in time they felt that is enough. So some people took a right decision at that point of time. If I look back, it was a wrong decision. Hindsight, you can always say it was wrong, but today we can say that probably that was one change which we should not have adopted completely, that was pushing the children to join the banking system. Most of our uncles, aunts, relatives, they are all in Syndicate Bank, Canara Bank, Corporation Bank, Karnataka Bank, Vijaya Bank, this bank, that bank. And we said that Mangalore is the capital of bank. And we have 5 banks coming from a small place like Mangalore. But what it did is that it put 30 years of somebody's work in only maintaining others' money. And at the time of retirement, the designation was great. They have retired as AGMs, GMs, and EDs, and some people as managing director. But wealth-wise, a honest banker, wealth-wise, he will have a house, he will have money to get the daughter married, and he'll have spent the money on the son's education abroad. End of the day, the pension is good enough for him to go around, but not go around the world. Is good enough to go around the city or around the state, but not good enough to go around the world. But 30 years of his hard work has gone in building banks, but not building his bank balance. And that is one generation. Now their children, the business people felt that our children should get into the bank, and banks, employees, they felt that my son should not get into the bank. My son should not get into it's not worth it. So they decided to put them in IT and put them in medicine. Those who have gone to the medical route, they're far better off. Those who have gone into IT route, they are better off at this point in time, but their children will not be better off because of the reason which I told you now. So if you see the way how the entrepreneurship has shrunk, is for various reasons. One, generational change. Second, Karnataka's 65% of our GDP comes from ITES and services. Now a state is depending 65% on services. Is good or bad? It is good because it is knowledge driven. It is not so good because knowledge can be shifted from place to place. Plant, machinery, land, building, market cannot be shifted so easily from state to state or country to country. But when it is a knowledge, it can always be shifted or hijacked. For some example, you have 1,000 employee base in Mangalore. If somebody wants to take the entire setup to Singapore, it is possible today. because Singapore is working at 17% income tax. We are at about 30%, and there are a lot of benefits the country might give. If that is the case, how does it matter? You can always operate from Singapore. You can always operate from Malaysia. You can operate from wherever you want if it makes business sense. So to that extent, we are seeing the startups registering in Singapore, shifting back here, going back there, coming here, getting it listed. There are hundreds of things associated with that. But what I'm trying to impress upon all of you is that life will not be that easy going forward unless we go back to our roots and become entrepreneurs, like how Gujarati community have got stuck to their business ethics, how Marwadi communities got stuck to the business ethics, and they have grown in their own business, and none of the child in Gujarati or Marwadi is seen as an employee for somebody. They always employ people. Of course, they do very well. There's no doubts in my mind, but we were there like that in the past, 40s, 50s, 60s, but from 60 onwards, some derailment has happened for good or bad. But instead of worrying about it, what is that we do now? Now our children, they have ideas. Parents may not be able to support them, so we invest in them. Second, the way how startup community is shaping up, it's unprecedented growth we are seeing there. It is not that everybody will be successful. It is not possible for everybody to be successful. At this point in time, 10%, 8% is what we see, the success rate. It's not bad. 8 can only become 9. 9 only can become 10 because the due diligence process will take it most of the things. They think that it is not an investable investment and it takes care by itself. But unless we encourage 1 or 2 or 5 or 10, people do not believe in getting into the startup. Startup is something which I always tell that it is better than the existing services or product. It is cheaper, it is faster, it is convenient, and uses the technology. Then I say now that it should use the AI. Without AI, if people are thinking about starting some startup, then they are into a wrong direction. Now I was talking to you about how the people are becoming selfish, how the countries are becoming inward-looking, how the countries are looking inward-looking for their own good. Day for yesterday, when Elon Musk goes for IPO, entire DRHP prepared by AI. Entire document which is submitted for going for the IPO was prepared by AI, vetted by the lawyers, but prepared by AI. The document for over $2 trillion public issue is prepared by a machine, vetted by lawyers. That is the power. Now, I told you that there are only 19 countries in this world who have crossed $1 trillion economy, and there is one person who has crossed $1.2 trillion on one day, and he is bigger than any country now. We talk about the whole country. Our entire reserves, after announcing buy less gold, our reserves are still around $750 billion. Elon Musk's bank balance, as of now on paper, is $1.2 trillion. One individual. NVIDIA, at one point in time, valued at $5 trillion. We say we are the 4th largest economy in the world at $4.15 trillion. One company in US is $5 trillion. This mismatch, somewhere it hurts. That's why I said that rich will become richer and richer will become stinking rich. They will become. When they become rich, poor remains poor. Middle class, instead of going towards the rich class, they start going towards the poor class. Because the expense for the rich and the poor is always, for everyone, expense is the same. GST is the same. Cost of living, they also eat, we also eat. The cost of living is more or less the same. But the difference is that the number is only 3% of the people who are billionaires, but 97% of the people don't know what to do. Our average per capita income as of now is $2,880 because the dollar is appreciating, we are depreciating, so our per capita will go down. Even though we do well, it goes down because of the dollar rate. It's 2,880, but 3,500 is what the RBI says. But if you take out the top 3%, we come to 1,880. Our neighbors are more richer than us. Our neighbors in the south and the east and the west, including Nepal, they are richer than us. This is the dichotomy in which we need to see what is next. Karnataka alone produces 21 lakh graduates. Out of that, our kids will be about 8,000 kids will be our side. 21 lakh graduates will be there. Whether anybody can think of setting up companies in India, in Karnataka, to create job for 21 lakhs. Earlier, people used to think that I'll get a job in US. Now we think that how do they come back, when do they come back, whether they'll be able to go back. So it is like Rahu, Ketu, all coming together and saying that, now what do we do? What options we have? Education has become an industry and industry has become academia. Out of 265 billionaires in this country, 60 people are educationalists. Out of 260 billionaires, 60 people are educationalists. Education makes more money than the industry because they work on a negative working capital. They take the money first and they teach over a period of 1 year. You like it, you don't like it, that's your problem. But money has to be paid upfront, correct? Every educational institution. There's no coordination between industry and academia. They teach what they continue to teach for the last 20 years. We change our systems, but they'll not be able to adjust to the new system. What do? You train them for another 2-3 years. What do they do after training 2-3 years? They look for another job. So what do we get? Training. What do we do? Training. What they should be doing? Working. Where do they work? Some other company. This is fundamentally the problem. What an industry is saying, what a manufacturing person is saying. The state is trying to match their balance sheet. They have their fiscal policies to match that. But from our point of view, what is that we can do? Talk to our kids. Our kids are smarter than us. Please accept that first. Our kids are smarter than us. Accept that first. Second, talk to kids like friends. Talk to the kid saying that, what do you want to do? If he says, I don't know, it's a good position to start with. If he says something, if he knows something, then we can work on that. But if he says, I really don't know, because he will not know, I will not know, you also don't know what he should be doing. So if a kid says, I really don't know what I want to do, means he's the right kid, what you have. If he has some ideas, then we can discuss about it. Second, please tell them how the world will be next 10, 15, 20 years. If you want to know how the world will be next 10, 15, 20 years, please ask ChatGPT. Gives you almost 90% prediction. 90% will give the prediction. Which country, how they will do, which country, why they'll do, and see what is the risk India is taking. India's risk is not on the GDP growth. If we grow at 8.3% for the next 20 years, we will be the Viksit Bharat. Viksit Bharat means our per capita income will be $18,000 by 2047. $18,000 by 2047. Today's America's GDP is $94,000. Whether you like it or not, even today, you need to go by what others says. Because if 5 companies decide not to service India, no way that we can go forward. Correct? If Microsoft says, if Google says, if Meta says, saying that no, we don't want to service India for 3 months, we don't know what to do thereafter. If WhatsApp is not there, people go psyche. If Instagram is not there, people don't get up only. Correct? What do we do? Now, these are all the problems which we are seeing, which we need to solve. Solution is entrepreneurship. Be your own employer. Have a couple of employees. Use the AI agents as much as possible. Don't increase the labor unless it is required. Infrastructure is already there. person like Rohit Bhatt, who has set up this, when he showcased this in Bangalore with Mondas Pai, I was able to see his vision, saying that why can't we have a world-class co-office space work in Mangalore? Why is limited only to Mumbai or Delhi or Hyderabad or Bangalore? Why can't we do that? But then Mondas Pai said, whether the people will come and they pay for you. He said, unless I show them, why will they pay for me? Unless I show, why will people pay for me? When I show them, probably they'll pay. And in reality, this is what you people have done. An amazing setup, amazing setup. Again, the Rohit Bhatt, the kind of a person he is, there is no need for him to do all these things. Give his money to one of the best investment banker, he will manage the money. Don't have to do the circus. Don't have to do the circus. This is only to showcase that we have the passion, we will do it, and we'll try our best, and I'll put up the show first, then wait for the customers, and customer will come. Now, the kind of branding what they have done, Wrk Wrk, unthinkable. The kind of discussion what Government of Karnataka has, after seeing him and after seeing his facility, they think that, yes, beyond Bangalore, beyond ITBT, both are important. I, for one, believe in beyond Bangalore for sure, but I also believe in beyond ITBT. Because ITBT, we are pampered enough. They have done a great job. They have taken all our kids to America. Good decision they have taken. They have taken our kids also, they have taken our money also. Everybody in America. Now they don't talk to us because we only say that Trump. So to that extent, we are definitely in a spot we don't know where to take left, right, or go straight, or just stay there. So suggestion from my side is that become an entrepreneur. All of us, here Pradeep sir is there, Pradeep sir is there. There we have Ankush is there, and Pranav Pai is coming here on the TV, on the Zoom. Pranav Pai is managing 5,500 crore. A kid of 36-year-old kid is managing 5,500 crores. Money is there. Money will go only when you deserve it. So we have mentors, we have advisors who have successful business people. We also have failed business people. Lot can be learned from failed business people. Then you know what not to do also. You will know what not to do also, that you will know only from failed entrepreneurs. We do have plenty. And we have external experts who may not be GSBs, but they like GSBs. They have worked with GSBs. We can bring them. And finally, our small community, what we have, with the blessings of all our Swamijis, they are also quite happy to support. And probably we can ask Swamijis to co-invest. Nothing wrong. Prasad only, no? Some prasad can be given, co-investment. So that our community will become one. Our community, the binding factor will be the entrepreneurship. Start creating the jobs amongst ourselves if possible, and create wealth, become rich. GSBs are blessed with Saraswati, blessed with Lakshmi. Now we need to blend that and become more rich. Money, people say it's not that important, but I say that money is very, 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 very important. If you have the money, you get the power to give. If you don't have the money, you can't give. You can only say, all the best, Dev Bare Koro. Today we need little more than Dev Bare Koro. We need a small check along with Dev Bare Koro. Then really the Dev Bare will happen. So we need to earn lots. We need to become very rich. And we need to say that we have 6 lakhs population. All of them are millionaires like Elon Musk employees. Elon Musk, some technician was fixing his welder. A welder is $35 million. A welder $35 million किता गेले वेल्डर आले हाजी वर्थ तो कस वेल्डर करता मुखार म्हणून गोत ना म्हाका बट वेल्डर इज $35 million worth. So let's not make 35 million US dollars, let's make 35 million in Indian rupees at least amongst ourselves. So this is only a beginning. I see this as a Gangotri. Ganga will be seen. I see it as a Talakaveri. You will see the Kaveri. And each one of you have to work to build this community, to make our people rich, make our people work together. And we need investment both in terms of time and money. Money investment is easy, but people have to invest their time also in helping the entrepreneurs, helping the startups. The startup angel, which the branding is there, that branding is done by AI, not by Shanbag Mam. That's what he told me. Within 2 minutes, he sent me that logo and said that I logo mono. Kashikella nata AI sangla AI and dil ta chandas mono. AI can do your logo also. Papa konki eklo artist by sono tagel kam gel ki. Tagel kam gel na. So the gig economy which you are seeing, it will destroy half of our economy. We have written a report on gig economy. If you have time, you go through that. It is like a bypass. The entire gig economy is a bypass. It will close down all the restaurants. It will close down everybody's kitchen. It will close down everything. And you need gig economy support when you are highly productive, when you are doing extremely well, then the gig economy is good. Gig economy in the world started as an additional income, as a secondary income. Anywhere in the world you see, from 1920s we have been seeing the gig economy in US, gig economy in Europe, gig economy in China, everywhere it is an additional income. You work for 5 days, 2 days you don't know what to do, some other odd jobs you do, and in olden days, like I have worked before the class, after the class, I have worked. During holidays, I have worked. That is called gig economy. But today in India, our gig economy is become the real growth driver. 2.9% of the GDP comes from gig economy. 1.7 crore kids are working in gig economy. Whether it's good or bad, I don't know, but definitely that cannot drive the country. But delivering packets from here to there to here to there, you cannot build a country. And as of now, we are 1.7 crore kids are delivering your Swiggy, Zomatos. And that 1.7 can only become 5 crore and a 10 crore. By 2047, we expect it to be 15 crore. When they become 15, 20 crore, then you know that 20% of your population are only delivering the packets from one place to other place to other place to other place. Average age of these kids are 28 years. 50% of them are not married. When you ask them, why is that you are not married? He said, who will give me the girl? What he's saying makes sense. Average earning is 22,500. Average is 22,500. Out of that, he has to pay the EMI for the bike, he has to pay the fuel, and he works for 14 hours a day. And most of the people, 97% of the people, work on all the 7 days. What happens to their health? What happens to their pollution, exposed pollution for 14 hours? And most of the people, their problem for them is acidity. They don't take the lunch on time. They can't afford the lunch outside. And most of the people have health-related issues related with they don't drink enough water. They don't get hydrated because there is no washroom available for them in the city. Just see their life. Then you know we are pushing our young adults, we are pushing our youth to do all those. And in that 1,350 people whom we have interviewed, 50% of them are graduates, 20% of them are postgraduates. When you ask them, why are you doing this? They say, we want to do it till we get a job. How long they have been doing it? For 5 years. Where is the time to go for an interview? You pick up and deliver, pick up and deliver. So one way the gig economy has become a parallel, it has become as a bypass. When the bypass comes, like I just tell that Bangalore, Mysore, you got a highway. After the highway came in, the roadside, all the restaurants have closed. because we get into the flyover here, expressway, we get down in Mysore, 1 hour, 45 minutes. What happens to all those people? God can help them, right? Chitradurga highway, bypass if you see. Now nobody gets into Chitradurga. If they want to go to Hubli, they just go on a highway. Now what happens to those restaurants, those hotels, those business people? It's the similar way here when we put the bypass through the gig economy to restaurants. Restaurants will not have enough people. Business will be there, but enough people will not be there. Now the business will go down over a period of time because of the reason that the customer might allured by some other offer of some other restaurant. He said 1 + 1 offer will give, then probably they might think that, okay, we'll go to that business. So situation of the country is good, not the countrymen most of the time. Second, the state is doing well, not necessarily you. Jobs becoming difficult, become an entrepreneur. We are there to help you. We'll give you the knowledge, we'll give you the wisdom, we'll give you the mentorship, we'll give you the advisory, we give you the money, but come with the idea. Don't tell me that you only give the idea, you only run the company and give the profit to me. That smartness we don't expect from our kids. I don't know is fine, but don't say that I don't know anything, you only do everything and make me the owner. So thank you, Shanai ma'am, for the opportunity. Thank you, Shanbag ma'am, putting your best of the effort in making it happen. Thank you, Rohit Bhatt. Please convey Rohit Bhatt for the wonderful creation. It's a marvel what he has created. Amazing setup, and we wish him good luck, and he should put hundreds of this in all over the country, and we are extremely happy that our community people are building such kind of a service. So very happy. Thank you very much. And I am there to support in whichever the way I can. Thank you.
ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಉಲ್ಲಾಸ್ ಮಾಮ್. ಮಸ್ತ್ ಜನ ಚೆರಡು ಶ್ರೀಲಂಕಾ ಗೊತ್ತ ಸರ್, ಪೈರ್ ಫೀಸ್ ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ, ಡೈಲಿ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ಅದಕ್ಕೊಂದು ಮೆಸೇಜ್ येतं सर, सल कोर्सेस तसल कोर्सेस म्हणून रुपये कसे ॲडजस्ट करता म्हणून उल्हास मामान सांगताना सांगला IPT टुडेज किड्स म्हणून आनी काही टेन्शन म्हाका चेड जालें जाल्यार रे आपा सेकंड टेन सांगताना म्हाका खूश जालें, म्हाका 2 चेडूं म्हणून सरान सांगितलें आनी 2 वर्सां तर एक चेडूं आसताची म्हणून तशें एक ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ खूश जालें. तशें जावन 45 मिनिट्स उल्हास कामत सराले आयकूच उणेच म्हणावं लागता. 45 डेसाचो कोर्स जावका तितले मात्यांत घाल्ला आतां. ताचे खातीर एक स्टँडींग ओवेशन आमगेलो उल्हास मामाक दिवे आमी म्हणून निमोवन घेता. सयत्याक म्हळ्यार रे होड ऑन्टरप्रिनर्स मेळचे कश्ट मेळ्ळार रे होड टिकेट दिवन तांगेले आयकुच्या वचुका. तशें जावन आमगेले समाजा खातीर तांणी करता आसाची. तशें जावन जोर क्लॅप्स अपास एक पण वो उल्हास कामत सराक म्हणून सांगून धन्यवाद तुमकां दिता सर. थँक्यू. मुखारी तुमी पुरजनाने रक्तशे प्रणव पै सर तांणी येवका म्हणून मस्त मन आशिल्लें तांकां प्रति दीस फॉलोअप करता आशिल्लीची जाल्यार मस्त होड स्केड्युला निमित्त तांकां येवचें जातना. तशें जावन ऑनलायन झुमा मुखांतर आमकां मेळटाची. प्रणव पै सर आमगेली टीम रेडी आसल्यार आतां स्क्रिना वयरी प्रणव सर येताची. फावंडींग पार्टनर 314 इंडिया एट 10 ट्रिलियन AI इज युअर ऑपॉर्च्युनिटी म्हणल्यार एक टॉपिकार तांणी उलोवचें आसाची. प्रणव पै सर आयकत आसवा.
Can you hear me?
येस आयकत सर. तुमकां मोगान आमी स्वागत करता आसाची. वेंचर कॅपिटलिस्ट, ऑन्टरप्रिनर, टेक्नॉलॉजी इन्व्हेस्टर, फावंडींग पार्टनर, चीफ इन्व्हेस्टमेंट ऑफिसर 314 चॅप्टरांत. नेक्स्ट जनरेशन ऑफ फावंडर अँड बिझनेस लीडर 314 कॅपिटलाचे एक व्हड इनिशिएटीव घेवन काम करता आशिल्ली तांणी. तशें जावन इंडिया एट $10 ट्रिलियन AI इज युअर ऑपॉर्च्युनिटी म्हणल्यार एक टॉपीक तांकां आज घेवन तांणी उलयताची. पुरजन क्लॅप्स मार्च मुखांतर तांकां स्वागत करया. Welcome, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Good morning. Namaskara. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person, but I'm looking forward to speaking to you. Over the next 45 minutes or so, I want to walk you through what we are seeing in the world of technology. Obviously, we had the largest IPO in history just yesterday. So the world is changing very rapidly as we speak. I will talk about what's happening in the world and then talk about how that's affecting us in India and what specifically all of us in the room, young founders, entrepreneurs, people who are in professional services, looking for their next job, what all we can harness as our opportunity, specifically for the GSB community's prosperity over the next 10 to 15 years. So I want to start with very quickly some truisms. If you remember 15 years back, we were arguing which phone operating system will win. Will it be Apple iOS? Will it be Android? Will it be Samsung phones? Will it be some Chinese company? Overall, if we zoom out 15 years later, all those companies have won because the entirety of humanity is now on the internet, using smartphones, using social media. And as a result, if you look at how the world's largest companies have evolved over the last 100 years, 1917 in the US, most of these companies were in industries like steel and oil and telephone and armory, defense equipment, and so on. Fast forward to 2027, besides Saudi Aramco, all the top 10 companies are now technology companies. Not a single one is outside the world of technology. And of course, no other better example than what just happened a few days back. SpaceX is the largest IPO in the world's history. By default, now it is one of the top 10 most valuable companies on the planet. Its valuation is now half of India's GDP. Its valuation is more than the GDP of 190 countries on the planet. So truly, we are living in extraordinary times. This has never happened before. Now, whether it falls by 50%, whether it goes up by 50%, the scale at which we are operating today in the world of technology, no human being has seen in our economic history. And it's not just valuations. These technology companies are also becoming a little bit more worrisome, aggressive, and hard to compete with on the bottom line. More and more of the world's most profitable companies are now technology companies. Just Apple itself spits out $100 billion of cash every year, $100 billion of profit after tax. 100 billion is equal to the sum of Infosys, HCL, and Cognizant India put together, their valuations. That's how much cash in profits Apple spits out in 1 year. So truly, we are now in extraordinary times where these global technology companies are not just building cute products like laptops and phones and iPads and whatever. They are multi-product global conglomerates. They are building technology in almost every vertical you can think of, from self-driving cars to smart home cameras to credit cards to telephone networks and biotechnology. And so today we are living in a world where every part of our digital day is now either a monopoly or a duopoly of a few companies from one country on the planet. This is not an accident. This is not chance. This is not probability. This is a coordination over many, many decades where these companies have been built on the shoulders of giants of the past, on mainframe companies like IBM, on networking companies like Cisco and AT&T. All these companies have consistently invested in R&D to become the best in their business and now the best in the world. So it may be scary for people in the room to imagine how do we compete against a Facebook and a Google and a SpaceX and whatever. It must seem impossible. But remember, for every Facebook and Google and SpaceX, there is a company like Airbnb, of course, another American company. But Airbnb is famous, everyone will know in the room, for becoming now the world's most valuable hotel company without building a single hotel room. They just let people who own homes put up a spare bedroom on their platform so that other people can come and stay, and it becomes a peer-to-peer network. So remember that there are always new ways, new strategies, new ideas, new innovations that can help build exponential organizations. I don't know if India will ever have a $2 trillion IPO. That's very, very far away for us. But IPOs at 1 billion, 5 billion, 10 billion, 20 billion, that we've already done. And therefore, there is enough to do in India for us, and we can build our own versions of these exponential organizations. So before I leave the world and come back to India, let me just quickly show you how people in technology are thinking about the future, because that may also help you plan your future for the next 10 to 25 years. So let's set a 20 to 25 year time frame. What all will change in the future and what all can we assume is going to be true? And therefore, we can start thinking differently today if we are going to be part of this future. I submit to you that in very tangible timeframes, I would say 15 years, not 25. Energy is going to be almost free. With nuclear fusion, with more nuclear energy, with larger solar plants. Of course, India is leading the race to go solar as quickly as possible. More and more of one of the fundamental constraints on humanity is going to be almost zero cost, which means that very quickly humanity will have energy as a consistent platform, and that will no longer be a constraint. But unfortunately, as energy becomes free, the new intelligences that we are building, both physical and digital, AI and robots, will also become cheaper to run, cheaper to build, cheaper to operate. And therefore, human expertise, which used to be a very important gating criteria for who has access to the best teacher, best doctor, best accountant, best lawyer, very quickly, everyone has access to the best lawyers, best teachers, best tutors. And every child will be assigned a tutor at birth. Every elderly citizen will be assigned a robot nurse or caretaker. This is also a future that all of us are going to be building towards right now as we speak. human labor, which used to be a constraint on how large you can build a civilization, how large you can build a market, an economy, that also goes away. Already in South Korea, they're using construction robots because they do not have enough people to join the construction labor force anymore. And as more and more AI becomes more prominent in our lives, every human being, every one of you with a smartphone will start writing your own apps in the next 5 years. We will also see spatial computing, immersive computing. Your children will have not computers that they type on, but computers that they operate with their fingers and hands, a computer that lives around them. And of course, there will be downsides because as our lives get better with more AI agents, they will book your travel tickets, they will pay your electricity bill, they will negotiate for you a better deal, a better discount if you want to stay in a hotel somewhere. But there will also be more AI cyber threats, more hacking, more Aadhaar scams, more OTP frauds. There will be 100 billion agents on the internet, more than 10 times the population of the human race. And as we become more forward on next level computing, as quantum computing becomes more tangible, more real, we will also see that there are new threats to humanity. We took our password as secure. No one can hack into our bank account if they don't know our password and OTP. But with quantum computing, all hashing criteria, all financial markets that run on algorithms can be hacked theoretically by brute force quantum computing. So we'll have to figure out new ways to protect ourselves from our own inventions. And that is something we don't have an answer to today. And yes, of course, wars will be fought with AI and robots. We already saw this with drones in the Ukraine war. We're seeing that with drones in the Iran war. And very quickly, we will see that in India as well. A small hint of it was visible in Operation Sindoor last year. And of course, as more and more of our world gets more dominated by AI, more and more of our everyday experiences will also see AI. More and more of our news and content will come from AI avatars. More and more of the video games we'll play will have more AI bots and less human beings. The younger people will know this to be Fortnite. Today, Fortnite is free when you play against other human beings. But very quickly, it'll only be free if you're paying other AI. To play the human experience, to play other human beings, we may have to pay. That will become an elite experience. Global trade will become more instant, more autonomous, more automated, more drone-led, more autonomous ships. Space will become a new economic layer. That is a fundamental thesis for the SpaceX IPO as well. More factories and data centers will go into orbit, and more new materials will be manufactured in zero gravity. And India will become, very interestingly, the default developer platform for the planet. Less and less of the rest of the world has new engineers, new graduates, new students, new children. The rest of the world is getting into a demographic nightmare every day, as fewer and fewer couples are getting married and fewer babies are being born. So this is the last generation. Gen Z will be the last peak generation from India. And hopefully they will invest in as the world becomes more technologically capable. Humans and machines will integrate. More and more of us will start thinking reality is boring. More of our kids will want to get into their computers more than real life. So we may be closer to the matrix than we thought. And of course, these technology companies I mentioned before, they will be a little bit concerned that you don't live long enough for them to profit from you. So they are all investing in health augmentation, in genetic diagnosis, robotic surgery, custom nutraceuticals to keep you alive for longer so that you can contribute to their profit and bottom line from a longer lifespan. And of course, ultimately, the ultimate aim is for every human being to live for at least 120 years. We will have 3D printed organs. We will pick the pre-selection genetic criteria for our babies. So it's going to be a strange world. A lot of this I don't agree with. But without me agreeing, you agreeing, any one of us having any vote or say, it is inarguable today that the world is moving towards this technological combinatorial singularity. And all these technologies on the left, all of us have studied in school, all of us have learned the basics of nuclear energy, coal gasification, sensors, computing, C++. All these things are going to now matter more and more as the entire human species goes towards this future. So why is this AI trend important? Why is everyone so consumed by the potential of AI? Because it looks like today, all the innovation we've done in the past, since the 1950s, 60s, after the end of the World War, few countries invested in R&D and became the superpowers in the technology race. All these technologies, many people in the room have lived through. And every technology seemed like a small improvement. And it didn't seem like a big deal enough. It took 10, 20, 30 years for the technology to become mainstream and become part of your life, part of your work. A computer to come from a big server to your table took 20, 25 years. and then to your phone, in a pocket, it took 25 years. But AI has gone from launching a chatbot in 2023 to becoming $1 trillion company in 2026, 3 years, right? And that is scary because that seems now like a super cycle of exponential growth that we have never seen technology assume before. And so today, what we are living through is this acceleration through all four phases of AI. And in 2023, we thought all the innovation will be in phase one. It will take at least 10 years to get to phase four. In 3 years, we are already in phase four. And the technology companies, the startups, the founders building today are not waiting for permission to go to phase four. They're already building that. Therefore, what we are seeing today is this massive explosion of the application of AI in every part of our life. Whether AI is perfect or not, whether it's biased or not, whether it is Indian made or not, whether it is made by some Chinese company or not, no one cares anymore. Everyone is in an arms race to make sure that they start using AI to become better than the other human being as quickly as possible. And if this race is real, people's money being spent on these AI technologies will become more and more tangible. And that's what we are seeing. These companies like OpenAI are getting to billions of dollars in revenue. I'm not talking about valuation, revenue, faster than any other company we have seen in software history. And so that's why it is real. And that's why people are so consumed by this. It's not just valuation, it's not just hype, because we have seen hype before. Everyone in the room will remember Bitcoin and cryptocurrency and this coin and NFTs and all these silly imaginations during COVID. And cryptocurrency became a big bubble and it died very quickly. It died in less than 2 years. But this time with AI, even though valuations are very high, and you can argue it's a bubble, the revenue ramp up, the earnings of these companies has grown in real terms faster than anything we have seen before. And so as we come to India now, what does AI mean for India? What does it mean for your career, your growth path, your hopefully wealth creation, and how you may ideate about AI differently for India? Let's talk about what strengths India has, what opportunities India presents, and of course, what threats AI has for India, and what are the gaps we are seeing as technology investors today. So for the first time in our economic history in India, we are now close to 80 years since independence. We have never seen the Indian government commit such large amounts in grants to technology before. After independence, we built one IIT, one ISRO, one AIMS. We did a few things in nuclear energy and so on until we got shut down by the US. But since independence, we had many opportunities for the government to work with citizens, work with us, work with industry, work with corporations, work with good people in this room, good students, give them grants. It never did that. All of India, the Indian government's technology commitments were captured into PSUs, and the government gave government money to do government work, and hopefully that would work, but of course it didn't work most of the time. And this time the government has learned a lesson, and what it is doing, it has committed 3.3 lakh crores, that's $37 billion, through all these technology missions here. And the intent is to give this capital to Indian companies, not just PSUs. Give it to startups, give it to large corporations, give it to L&T, give it to Bharat Forge, give it to Adani, give it to whoever, for them to build these indigenous capabilities in India across nuclear, green hydrogen, EVs, AI, biomanufacturing, quantum computing, and so on. So this AI arms race, this global technology race, it has become so serious, so severe, such a large threat that even the Indian government, as we all know, very socialist, has changed its mind about how to give money away. And therefore, what we are seeing the Indian government do for the first time is acknowledge that India is behind. The Indian government has made a mistake. It did not invest in R&D with its citizens. It did not give grants to universities. It captured all this R&D and kept it inside DRDO and all these places. And most of the time, it did not diffuse into the economy. That has to change. And therefore, such large volumes of grant capital being given out is a big intent, a signal of government intent. So what the Indian government is now doing is trying to build the infrastructure for all of us to build our AI technology on top of, which is good. This is a good start. It's not enough. We'll come to that, but it's a good start. And this is different. And therefore, if we are able to take advantage of this opportunity, we must. And all that AI, hopefully, will be used to train India, make India more competitive, make Indians more able to participate in a new economy. And therefore, the hope that applied AI in India will be different, not just making chatbots and trading algorithms and so on, but also to make students better at education, to make skilled people better at vocational training, to make AI accessible in many languages in India. And therefore, the utilization of AI in India is going to be fundamentally different from the early signs that we are seeing. And applied AI, is it making a difference? Yes. Universally, yes. We are seeing in many of the areas that we invest in AI, in startups that come to us with a pitch deck, they are able to prove cost reduction, time savings, minutes reduced, cost reduced, annual impact in savings in orders of magnitude above what software used to do previously. Not just in India, but the whole world. And therefore, applied AI is definitely here. It is definitely in India. It is very real. And so if you are thinking about, as a founder, what to do, please look at AI seriously. If you are an existing business person, you have a family business, you want to grow it, please think about incorporating AI as quickly as possible to improve your margins and your bottom line. And so what we are seeing as technology investors is that India is going to be definitely a large theater of technology and AI-led value capture. And let me talk about a little bit of the macro so you understand in your mental framework how AI is going to impact your lives. There are 5 layers to AI. As you can see here from the bottom, energy. We need more energy because AI takes a lot of energy to burn. I spoke about energy. When Prime Minister Modi took his first term in 2014, only 0.5%, 0.5% of India's electricity came from solar. In 2025, 9.5% of India's electricity comes from solar. We have grown 4,500% in our solar generation capacity just in 10, 11 years. That is a huge accomplishment. And that thankfully came at the right time, because without that, you would not have the energy to be able to build data centers and the AI infrastructure in India. Because the next layer is infrastructure. We need to chips. We need to build our own chips. India does not have chips manufactured here. But in the last 4 years, 10 fabs, semiconductor plants, have gone live in India or are going live as we speak. And we are going to be making more and more chips here, thankfully, finally. The government has allowed us to do that. Next is the infrastructure layer where we build data centers. And these data centers consume a lot of energy, a lot of water, a lot of land, a lot of obviously computing power. But they do not create as many jobs as other factories do. And so we are going to spend a lot of money and capex to build infrastructure that does not create jobs. And that's a new question. How does that work in India where we still need jobs? That's an answer we do not have. India has 0 AI models competing in the world today against the frontier models like OpenAI, Anthropic, and the ones from China. So we need to invest a lot more in helping Indian startups, Indian innovators become best-in-class AI models, and the government has to do a lot more there as well. But we are innovating a lot in applications. India has always built apps quickly, SaaS, consumer-facing apps, UPI apps, gaming apps, whatever it is. We are very, very good at software development. And so AI is making us even better at building the AI applications on top of the stack. And that's where India is definitely competing. And as you can see, 82% of Indian startups are in that layer today. Now, why is AI also another interesting opportunity for all of us in the room? It's not just building AI and the infrastructure and the 5 layers and so on. It's also using AI to become better at our work, better at our lives, better at our learning as students. And that is something that India is now leading compared to the rest of the world. India is already the largest user base of a ChatGPT. It is the second largest user base of Anthropic, Claude. India is a leader in GitHub projects by number of developers in the AI field. So we are not just concerned about building AI, we should also be concerned about using AI. And in using AI, thankfully, we are amongst the best in the world. And so AI skill penetration, that's how it is measured. India is leading even the United States, Germany, Israel, UK, Singapore, for all these advanced countries in terms of the penetration of AI skills into the workforce and how fast that's happening. In terms of percentage change over the last 9 years, we are also leading compared to the rest of the world. So if all of you are working in IT, you are working in BPOs, you're working in finance, banking, any of those big areas, you are already possibly seeing AI deployed into your companies in record time. So remember, it's not just building AI, it is also using AI to make sure we are ahead of the curve. That's very important. And of course, I'll go a little faster now. The infrastructure layers that I spoke about, the 5 layers, it's not just Indian companies building data centers and fabs and so on. The whole world will come here and invest billions of dollars to build this infrastructure. And of course, something that goes without saying is in India, everyone thinks India moves too slow. India does not compete. The second fastest app to get to 100 million users is India, Arogya Setu. All of us used it during COVID. But Bloomberg, BBC, Reuters will not write about Arogya Setu. They will only write about the Chinese apps and Uber and ChatGPT and everything else. But remember one thing, we can build the apps, we will make it available for people, we will give people service, but none of us paid for our Arogya Setu. I know the boys who built Arogya Setu for free for the government. None of them were paid by the government. It is not only important to build apps and give people service and help them out in times of need. It is also important to build companies and institutions around these technologies so that we can build for-profit, value creators, job creators around these technologies. And that's where we are failing. That's why the Indian government still has a lot to do. So it's always 2 steps front, 1 step back. You know how it is in India. But these are the kind of opportunities we see. The next Arogya Setu, whenever it happens, hopefully, will be not just one app, but many. And not just public service or NGO, but for-profit as well, that does good while creating value for the whole country. And so as we move forward, it's not just, like I said, about building AI, using AI. It is the translation of technology into wealth, which is most important for all of us. And prosperity comes from that translation happening consistently. I want to submit to you that as India becomes a larger and larger part of AI development globally, more and more wealth creation. You'll see Bangalore here being the 3rd fastest growing wealth base in the world. This is something that we must not give up. It is very important for us to be in the top 3. It is very important for us to make the full translation, not just build things for free, not just build things for service, but make sure the full loop from innovation to profit is in our hands as innovators, as founders, as professionals. So having set the basis for what we believe AI is going to do, how the world is changing, and what the fundamentals are of how India can use and build AI, both is very important. Let's talk about some of the historical baggage we have, how we can get over that, and how we must unite as a community to make sure some things never happen to us again. Until 1991, as all of us know, it was a broken economy, socialism did not work. Embarrassingly, India was only a $275 billion GDP economy for 750 million people, which is absurd, which is impossible, which is why we were poor. This is a government that failed us, ideology that failed us. It should have never happened, but unfortunately, that was what we were all put through as community pain. But since we opened up, since we took common sense market policy into the front, we have grown from 275 billion to 4 trillion, 8.1% in dollars for 35 years. That is incredible growth. Only one country on the planet has grown more than us, and that's China. So when the government of India gets out of the way, when Indians are given freedom to design and build their own prosperity, and when all of us express our full potential, and I can argue, we build a lot of basic companies, IT, chemicals, pharmaceuticals, banking, logistics, all basic stuff, steel, cement, all good, all important, but basic. We did not build Google, Facebook, obviously, I'll come to that, and that's a separate set of innovations that go into that field. But we did very well for ourselves when the government got out of the way. And therefore, in the future, the next 25 years, next 35 years, we have to work together to ensure that the government continues to get out of our way. And why do I spend so much time on government in India? Why is the government such a big friction point in our lives? It's very important because we inherited a system of government from a very oppressive colonial past that I would argue, we have still not gotten over. And I spent 2 minutes on this because it's important for you to have a mental framework of all the problems around you, what causes it, why is it this way, and why we must fight these problems and remove them and erase them from our lives forever. So the East India Company famously took over India for 150 years. They ran the Indian economy, became the largest corporation on the planet. In real terms, more valuable than SpaceX as well. So it's very important for all of us to know that. There were 3 things, core principles of the East India Company business model that we must make sure we understand and not only protect ourselves from in the future, but also use in our own businesses. Both is important. Number 1, the East India Company took over the entire customer set in India. So all buyers worked for the British East India Company, right? So therefore, they could set a price, they could monopolize customer behavior, and they can decide what producers make so that it is exactly what they want. So not rice, wheat, food, but more opium, indigo, etc. All of us know the story. Very important. But number 1 is taking over the buyer market. Number 2, very important, is taking over the tax collection as well. So obviously the East India government took over tax collection. When they paid a farmer for his indigo, the next day the tax collector comes, takes 30%, 50% of that as tax. So they ran the customer set and the taxation set. Both systems are run by them. And therefore, obviously, they can take over the producer market fully. And third, very importantly, It's not just production, it's not just taxation, it's also trade. When India sold cotton to, say, Singapore or the US, you used to get gold back or some denomination of currency back. After the East India Company took over, we did not get money in our hands. The United States buyer would send their gold to London, and the British East India Company would give us a piece of paper called a council bill. Basically, we never got money for our value we created. We got some form of exchange note that never really meant anything. These exchange notes were worth close to 4.5 billion pounds back then when we got independence. And India never collected that back. All that was lost. All that was left to London. And our prime minister back then never asked for our dues back. So what happened, therefore, is one company, through three simple principles, took over the entire Indian economy and ran it for their own profit, right? And you can argue today, after independence, when we had the opportunity to change the system, remove these controls, remove these silly regulations, remove all these rules, and make it clearer for Indians to express their full potential and get back to being prosperous again. We didn't. In fact, we continued those systems of oppression. We continued this command and control, central planning-led socialistic economy. And as a result, we entered complete stagnation, where the government led all industrialization. They will build steel, they will build cement, they will build ports, they will build airline, they will own the banks. They will not let Indian enterprise do anything. They are suspicious of you if you are a businessman. You are a crook by default. And when something changes in the world, oil prices change, gold prices change, there's a war somewhere, supply chains are broken, we are structurally underprepared because one government cannot run such a large economy. It cannot provide for 800 million people. No government on the planet can. And so what we were left with, unfortunately, was a very impotent economy. These were the headlines when I was in school in the 2000s. Everyone will remember the India Today magazine covers. The most irritating part of all this is the last one here. 95% and nowhere to go. Through a system of disrespect for merit, through a system of lack of investment in defense technology, through a system of compromise on currency, compromise on security, compromise on economics, compromise on taxation, we were left with a country that had no leadership, no economic strength, and no technological prowess. While we were stuck in this, what were the rest of the world doing? There were two models that took shape. There was a large investment, deep tech-led model in the US, and there was an industrial scale IP onshoring model in China. I'll quickly explain these two so that you know what strategies you can use for your lives and what may work in India. What is the American way of doing things? The Americans have spent $100 billion a year as grants for 75 years since the World War to ensure that they invested in the universities, invested in national labs, invested in private companies like Lockheed Martin, Boeing, Northrop Grumman, dozens and dozens of defense companies, aeronautics companies, telecommunications companies. They gave money to their citizens, helped them innovate, and then consolidated the technology that comes out of that exercise for the American economy's benefit. Very simple. All of us have heard of DARPA and NASA and NSF. In fact, SpaceX, if I may share, NASA has given them $15 billion of business over the last 20 years to help SpaceX grow into the company it is today. $15 billion of revenue. Imagine. The government cannot give even 1% of that to an Indian company today to grow this kind of company. So this is what the Americans did. Obviously, it worked for them. Obviously, there's corruption, there's graft. No, that goes without saying, right? But the end state is very important. You keep spending money. You help your country citizens innovate. You support them. Get behind them. Don't fight them. Get behind them. Obviously, they will do wonderful things. Human beings innately are smart animals. What do the Chinese do? The Chinese did not start as a rich country. They did not win a great war. They had communism, which is, you can argue, the only thing worse than socialism. But even they figured out a very important way to make their economy organized in a specific fashion. They could not invest $100 billion a year, but they got behind their companies, state-owned enterprises, their PSUs, and their citizens who started companies like Huawei and BYD and Alibaba and so on, and used a vertically integrated state model to bring IP from the rest of the world. Bullet trains from Germany, car engines from bullet trains from Japan, car engines from Germany, software and app ideas and algorithms and computing and semiconductors from the US. Bring all that to China, make it cheaper here, use our labor, train our people, and then one day we will build companies better than you. That's called IP onshoring. And so India chose neither path. For 75 years, what did we do? We don't have a big grant system. We just started it 2 years back. We don't have IP onshoring. Manufacturing in India has been hilariously difficult for most of our independent history. What we do have, thankfully, is a young, ambitious, high velocity workforce. So that may be a third path. Maybe there's something new, and maybe AI finally comes to empower us directly so that we can do things in a different energy, a different velocity. And maybe that is a third path, or maybe we borrow from both paths. But today, in 2026, I must tell the audience, we have to make sure that India does not struggle against the same friction forces that we struggled in the past. And so we must be more optimistic about India. We must be objectively more aggressive about our own personal prosperity. And I want to now finally land on two things. What is the Indian opportunity today? And then I speak about a couple of very specific examples from what we are building at 314 Capital, so that any founders in the audience, any businessmen in the audience can see something translate into their life practically as well. So I'll move a little quickly now because all this is in the news. Most of you will know this. But finally, after all that pain we have suffered in the past, we are going to be the third largest economy before 2030. And we will be the only country going to 10 trillion, and from 10 trillion going to 20 trillion. So we are going to be the third largest economy on the planet. And there are now six very important shifts happening in front of our lives as we speak that are going to create immense set of opportunities. Below, I'll share all these slides, by the way, so that you have time to read all this. But we must make sure that we take full advantage of all the shifts happening and therefore design our lives for our own prosperity in a very specific way. I'll give you some very specific examples in my follow-up slides, but I just want to set a template of how much wealth is going to be created, how much GDP is going to be added, so that everyone in the audience knows that this should not be taken trivially. And this is a one-time thing. This is not going to happen again. So remember, we are going from 4 trillion today to 10 trillion to 20 trillion by 2050. India will be a very large economy. Only China and the US will be ahead of us. No other country on the planet goes past 10. That's very scary because they're running out of people. So this is going to be a very strange economic balance, and therefore an opportunity we must definitely not miss. We are exactly 20 years behind China. So there are a lot of things that we can learn from China, we can do differently. And there's something also that you must study for yourselves, for your business, for your industry, and make sure we don't repeat the same mistakes. And why did we take so long to get here? What were the historical baggages? Obviously, we were a poor country. Obviously, the government has to spend on food and agriculture and roads and electricity and so on. Thankfully, all of that is done. Most of it is done. We have reduced higher poverty. We have reduced extreme poverty. So a lot of this pain of the past now is finally out of the way, hopefully. And we've also established the basic necessities of living. So from schools to colleges to scholarships to housing, water, sanitation, most of this is now in place, thankfully. A lot of that capex now can be used for more productive economic benefit. And also it's showing in our stock markets. Obviously, we've not gone through a good last 12 months. That's fine. Markets go up and down. But we are now in the top 5 of the global market caps in terms of equity. I think Korea is now fighting with us because the Korean markets done very well in the last 12 months. So this will keep, again, it's not going to be easy to stay in the top 5. But this took a long time. No one thought India will be here. That's something important. Hopefully, we can create more equity value for ourselves as Indian entrepreneurs and founders. And we're also becoming more profitable. Indian public companies last year did
Hello? Pranav sir, am I audible? Audio? Hello?
Test 1, 2, 3.
ऐकतोय प्रणव sir?
Yeah. I can hear you.
Yes. Can we start? Yes. Over to you, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay, good. I'll just share my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Great. So I believe I left you here. So I was saying that as Indian companies achieve record profitability, it's also very clear that we are becoming more profitable every year as China does not focus on profits. They focus on revenue expansion because for them, market share is more important. Both have pros and cons. That's fine. You can build your company as you see fit in whichever country you're in. But it's very important now that all of us realize that India is competing for global stakes at a level that is truly geopolitical. We also have a young population. Obviously, I thought there were too many millennials. I'm a very angry millennial, as you probably can imagine. But there are more Gen Zs than I know what to do with. Honestly, half our team are Gen Zs at 314 Capital. Many of our founders are Gen Zs. Many of the Gen Zs are now coming to the market. Many of you are probably employing them. It's going to be a very big, interesting learning experience for all of us for how to deal with a truly digital generation. And this will be the last generation that sets a new record. We do not see a way for us to have these many people in one generation again. This is also the last time we will peak. We have a productivity peak coming. We have a population peak coming. Of course, it will remain amongst the largest populations on the planet. But it's very important that because we have this population, we must now build our own consumer products, our own brands, our own consumer services, and monopolize our own internal market as the opportunity. So I hope many of you are thinking about what to build for the consumer market as well. We already have some fantastic consumer entrepreneurs in our community, whether it is ice creams, whether it is food, whether it is so many other things in allied spaces. There are many opportunities here. It's not just AI. And we should think about using AI to become better entrepreneurs, better businessmen in the consumer sector. It's not just consumer that's important for India, it's also manufacturing. It's very important that we understand Indian manufacturing has had a lot of issues in the past, primarily from regulation, of course. But something has changed again. I spoke about structural shifts before. There's another structural shift happening in front of our eyes as we speak. But pre-2021, India only had around 7 or 8 countries that had signed a free trade agreement with us. It's around 10 trillion of GDP. But as of this year, we have now added close to $65 trillion of GDP, potentially in a free trade agreement with us, assuming US closes. That is $615 billion of trade every year that now has preferential access between India and that country. So if you are in manufacturing and you are not exporting, if you are in exports but you're only present in 3 countries, you should definitely think about how to expand further and take advantage of this opportunity, because finally, the Indian government is reintegrating India formally with the rest of the world. It took a long time, but finally we are there. And so as we think about manufacturing and we think about how much room there is for Indian manufacturing to grow, again, we are $500 billion. China is way ahead. US is way ahead. Germany is ahead. Japan is ahead. But India is not far behind. And so Indian manufacturing should also become top 3 in the next 5 to 10 years. That's a big opportunity for all of us in the room. I spoke about exports. I spoke about cost of manufacturing. I spoke about profitability. It's very important we understand that we are also amongst the most cost competent countries in the world when it comes to manufacturing, despite higher real estate, tougher regulation, obviously difficulty with bureaucracy and all these pollution control boards and so on. Obviously very difficult. But we have to get over those friction points because Thailand, Vietnam, other countries in Asia are competing with us. We cannot allow them to take away the manufacturing GVA share forever. So there are a lot of things to do here, which we can talk about differently, and I have a case study for you. But this is very important. It's not just AI, not just consumer, it's also manufacturing. Please keep that in mind. And finally, India has been lagging the world in innovation. The government has not spent enough money with its citizens. We spoke about lack of grants, lack of IP onshoring. But now with one small tweak in patent law in 2018, India is now the second or third highest patent filing country on the planet. Our innovation quotient has risen from 81 to 39, and I think this year we will be at 35. We are amongst the largest in the world in terms of innovation outperformers, only second to China. So there's a lot that we are doing very well with some basic regulations being tweaked, hopefully with more government getting out of the way and more innovation focus in our universities. India's IQ in innovation indices will also continue to grow. So what I present to you now, finally, is a convergence for the next 25 years, where we have consumption, we have local demand, we have quality talent, we are integrating with the world, and we have global competitiveness. In many ways, we are top 5, top 3, sometimes number 1. You saw the AI skills diffusion and talent indexes in the indices. So it's very important for us to understand that this is rare. This is not automatic. This is not something we can take for granted. This does not come very often. This is a generational opportunity for the next 10 to 15 years. And it's very important that everyone in the room takes full advantage of this for your own prosperity. So as we now land on the final section of my talk, tech is refactoring the frontiers of growth for the Indian economy. I want to talk a little bit about how technology is already changing our lives around us and what that means for immediate business opportunity now, for young people as well as more seasoned professionals. Now India, thanks to one UPI, one change in how government thinks about infrastructure, we are the leader in the world in real-time payments. So every company does not have to build payments from scratch, just plug into the UPI APIs. It is the largest by payment volume in India. This is now default, right? And that's why we must build more creatively on top of default infrastructure like this. Most of the rest of the world does not have infrastructure like this. And therefore, it's very important for us to take advantage. Number 2, we are the world's largest internet population now because China is behind its own firewall. We're already the world's largest YouTube audience. We have the world's largest followers or subscribers of channels. Everyone will remember the big war we had with PewDiePie 10 years back. So this is important. We do not flex our population weight on the internet. We should. And that's something that hopefully we will start doing more of in the next 5 to 10 years. And it's not just startups. It's also our biggest companies. They're all building their own Marvel universe of digital companies. Reliance is building hundreds of billions of dollars of market cap in all these businesses. Tata is building, again, its own companies in all these businesses. So remember, it is not just founders. It is not just startups. It is not just college students. It's also if you are in Tata, you are in Reliance, you are in a big company, there are many new opportunities to open up thanks to AI, thanks to manufacturing, thanks to a growing consumer class. It's therefore very critical that we look at all opportunities and maximize our potential in each of them. And what I'm seeing change now, finally, in the next generation of entrepreneurs is a confidence that did not exist in the previous generation. The previous generation of entrepreneurs had more pain, more government distrust, more bureaucratic bullying, less social acceptance of entrepreneurship, less risk-taking because we were in a poverty mindset. We did not have prosperity. The government stole from us. Before that, colonialists stole from us. But now in the 2000s, a new generation have come where they're forgetting the pain of the past and they are trying to build companies differently. The most profitable software startup in India is not one that is backed by VCs like us, but backed by no VCs. Zoho famously has raised no money and is amongst the most profitable software businesses in the startup ecosystem. And from our own community, the Kama brothers, what they've achieved. Last year, 4,500 crores of profit from their brokering business. They have built a company in 10 years that is bigger than all these large banks, all these big bullies, and they continue to remain profitable and growing revenue and profit every year, which is astounding. And again, famously have raised zero venture capital. So we don't need to just have networks with investors and who you know and whose son you are or so on. It's very important that all of us realizes that the next generation can and are building large value creators differently. And so let me now close with the final section of what we are seeing change in our own work and one example company that can hopefully show you what you are capable of doing in the next 10 years. At 314 Capital, we invest in many sectors, many opportunity areas, many different business models. We are seeing Indian founders build value everywhere. Nothing is out of reach for an Indian founder today. A lot of the founders now pitching to us are pitching companies in sectors that are very strange, very weird. I did not go to any university that taught me quantum enhanced processing, strategic defense logistics. I don't know any of these things, but we are also learning that there are new ways of doing things, new ways of building technological value, and business models that will change once technology meets money, which is very important. Every year now at 314 Capital, we are getting over 10,000 startups pitching to us. The year we started, we got only 1,000. Our CAGR of deal flow growth is 33%. Look at how much innovation is being attempted in India, and I'm only one VC firm. There are hundreds of us. So many young Indians feeling that they can build something, they can create wealth, they can create prosperity, they can defeat incumbents, they can face competition, they can, get over bureaucratic bullying. I don't think all 10,000 will survive or succeed, obviously. But the fact that we are now attempting innovation at this scale is a huge shift in our sentiment, in our confidence, and in the will of the people. And that's very important for us. We are not just seeing all this in AI and advanced areas and strange ed tech and so on and so forth. We are seeing every sector is inviting innovation from founders. So if you are thinking of starting up, if you are an existing business person thinking of expanding, please do not feel like there are friction points you cannot surpass. Of course, it's going to be difficult, but nothing is out of your reach. These founders are already showing us that. And as we go across the world, we go to different parts of the world, we challenge our biases, we see what NASA is doing, we see what Chinese drone companies are doing, we go to Mexico to see what they are making. It is very important that we also come back and learn from the rest of the world. We should not be arrogant. We have learned the hard way that India opting out of the rest of the world only hurts us. So we should compete not just in India, not just with our neighborhood, but with the entire planet and set a very high standard for what global competitiveness looks like. And if we do all this right, even in a VC firm like us, we are seeing dozens of our companies attempting businesses that are novel, innovative in areas like biotech, semiconductors, space tech, aeronautics, AI, advanced manufacturing. And despite the trouble in India, despite the historical baggage, despite government regulation, despite corruption, these companies are pulling off things I did not think was possible in a 5-year time frame. And if this works, in our portfolio, we have created now 13 companies that are past 100 million each in annual revenue. So say 800 crores. We have created 6 unicorns and 3 of them are here. The value creation from the effort that these founders put, the business that they win, the shareholder value they create, and the world's best investors now invest in them and invest in their equity success stories. This is a very rare thing to happen in India. This did not happen even 15 years back. And so there is no excuse now for a young founder in the room to say, I cannot succeed, because everything is now lined up behind you. Hundreds of unicorns will be created in the future. We've already created 130. Many of these unicorns will fail even after they become unicorns. Baiju is a big example. That should not stop you. Don't mock them. Don't make fun of them. Any one of you, us, you, me, anyone, would kill to be a founder of one of these companies, whether it stays a unicorn or not. The goal is to succeed. The goal is to prosper, not to mock, not to complain from the sidelines. Be part of this. Don't be outside of it. And it's not just in India. Many of our best students, our best GSBs, our best professionals have left India. And India sometimes is not the place where they will do their work. It's fine. But they're going to the US. They're creating unicorns. Indians are the largest foreign nationals to create unicorns in the US, more than Israelis, more than Chinese, more than Koreans, more than Germans. And it's not just starting companies. Again, I want to remind you, you can also join a company and become a CEO, become a CXO, become a SVP. Look at the graph on the left. All these Indians here did not start the companies they are working in today, but they have become billionaires. They have created trillion-dollar market caps for their companies by their leadership. So it's not just starting companies. I remind you, it's not just being a founder or entrepreneur. It's not just that. It's also being a thorough professional, the best in your work, to compete against the best in the world. And if you do all this right, India is already the 3rd largest destination for billionaires. I think we are 205, 206 now. Of course, USA and China are far ahead. It will take a long time for us to catch up. But more than Germany, more than UK, more than Israel, more than all these other places, right? We are creating enormous value in India. And this prosperity now as a community is something we have to get serious about and harness for ourselves. All sectors, like I reminded you, all sectors are growing, all sectors are getting investment. So please don't let any sectoral view hold you back. And now I want to talk about some challenges and how companies in our portfolio are overcoming them. It's 10 minutes and then I'll close, maybe a couple of questions. But I want to talk about 3 companies in our portfolio very quickly. Unbox Robotics, you can go to their website, you can see what they do. They build these swarm intelligent run robots that automate an entire warehouse floor. Exponent Energy is building a fast charging network for commercial EVs. So how to charge a bus or an auto or a truck in 15 minutes, the time it takes to charge your smartphone 100%. Without deteriorating the battery, without changing the battery chemistry. The standard lithium-ion battery should be 15 minutes, like going to a petrol station and filling petrol. This is live. India's largest OEMs are already their customers. Fantastic technology, fully made in India, better than BYD, better than Cattle, better than Tesla. And then biomanufacturing. All of us are a little bit upset about 20% ethanol in our petrol and diesel. Sorry, not diesel, only petrol. The ethanol that we produce has to be made in India. There's an enzyme that converts the sugar cane and rice and wheat and all that into ethanol and sugars. The enzyme comes from one Dutch company in Europe, and they're making billions of dollars of revenue from all of us spending more on ethanol in our petrol. Why can't an Indian company make that enzyme? And that's what we are doing with Firmbox. So I give you 3 examples. Very interesting companies, obviously a lot of Indian IP. And what they've done in India is possible because of all of these foundations. We have talent, we have some research, we have services, we have GCCs, we have professionals. There are a lot of advantages in the Indian talent engine that these startups are harnessing. But there is also demographics, which I've spoken about before. But there is a structural gap. India invests only 0.7 to 0.8% of our GDP in R&D. Our ratio of researchers per million population is order of magnitude below China and the US. We are slowly catching up on patents, but these countries are still far ahead. And our share of AI publications, 5%, they're, again, multiples of what we are. So while we have a young English-speaking, technically trained population, there is still a lot of historical baggage in our R&D ecosystem that is hard to surpass. And I want to show you all 3 companies, despite doing tremendously positive work in R&D, despite achieving what they have, despite getting global customers for what they are building, they have dependencies on China, on Taiwan, on Korea, on Germany, on Singapore, on Israel, on the US, and that's not going away. So what is our opportunity now with AI? What can everyone in this room start thinking about in terms of leaping forward and getting over this dependency? India is a land of leapfrogs. We don't go linearly using technology from one layer, one generation to the other. We skip generations. Everyone will remember in the 80s, it took sometimes 2-3 years to get a landline on your street, and one house per street was a government quota. We skipped the whole landline phase and went straight to mobile. We were in Kirana stores before e-commerce. We skipped all this Walmart, Home Depot, this big box destination type retail. We went straight to mobile, e-commerce, quick commerce. We were a cash economy, and then demonetization and UPI and a lot of things are obviously. But we have not yet adopted cards at scale. We've gone straight to UPI. I showed you the data. Right? So we skipped cards as an entire generation. Cards is not a mass product in India. And so when you think about our problems in R&D, our problems with regulation, our problems with government, can AI help us leapfrog all these legacy issues and get to a future where we can catch up with the rest of the world faster and start competing on the frontier? Yes, that's possible. And we believe already India is leading the world in global AI adoption. No other country is showing the level of AI diffusion in a bottom-up format. And so the mandate for us in the next generation is that we have to use AI. We have to use machine intelligence to help all of us level up, get over these barriers of lack of R&D, lack of government support, whatever it is, and start competing to become bigger value creators ourselves. And I want to show you one case study happening in our portfolio as we speak. Simplify is one of our manufacturing companies. It's in the area of specialty chemicals. Most of you know what that is, but specialty chemicals are basically small lots of very specific compounds that go into very important materials all around us, from paint and perfumes to fertilizers and advanced nuclear equipment. Now I'm a VC. I don't know anything about chemical engineering. My wife is a chemical engineer. Doesn't mean I know anything about it. I'm an electrical engineer. I know my domain very well. I've studied many years to get good at that. But I take my learning from my engineering degree. I take my learning from my investing experience and my operating experience. I'm not alone. There's a team of 35 at 314. We are constantly looking at the Indian market to figure out where are the white spaces where Indian companies can build new value, new IP, new shareholder, Indian shareholder profits for us. And we came into Indian chemicals in 2019 with a very important insight. By 2030, we saw that $200 billion of global patents have started expiring, starting 2021. DuPont, Merck, Pfizer, Monsanto, Bayer, all these big global companies that own the patents on the basic things that go into the everyday life, like titanium dioxide chelation 12, that goes into the specific shade of white paint on the ceiling on top of you. That was a patent owned by DuPont. That expired in 2017. Most famously, last year, the GLP-1 drug, the basic molecule there, that patent expired. And now all of us in India, the pharmaceutical industry, can make their own versions of the GLP drug. So as patent protection expired globally, as anyone can now innovate on top of those patents, that means Indian chemical companies can start making their own versions of those very important compounds and compete against China, Germany, wherever else, and sell to the whole world. In 2020, 2021, we also had COVID, and then we had the Ukraine war, and Europe became unviable as a manufacturing geography. And after COVID, as you all have seen, the world has stopped trusting China. So despite China stealing IP from the world, despite it manufacturing for less than cost, obviously they have state sponsorship, subsidies, etc. to do all that, the world is going to start moving out of China and looking for alternatives. All three coming together at the same time means a huge white space is opening up in chemicals, right? Because we have all of this work happening in Indian chemicals. And if we are able to make these both trends into one company, right, and exploit that overlap, that can create a white space for a very interesting opportunity. So what was the India opportunity? India, despite its large scale in chemicals, we are only 6% of the world's chemical production. We can easily double from here. And that was happening in the next 5 years. I'm talking about 2021. We have 10,000 factories in India, the largest pool after China, but they're all underutilized. So I can build a chemicals company in India without needing to build factories to make my chemicals. Think about which other industry has this opportunity. Only semiconductors. NVIDIA is one of the world's most valuable companies. NVIDIA famously for 35 years has not built a single factory. They give all their business to TSMC and other companies. They own the IP. Someone else makes the chips for them. So in India, because we have plants and because now we can do IP R&D, we have the scientists, we can build the NVIDIA specialty chemicals where we only invest in R&D and new IP. We use existing plants to make the chemicals for our customers, and we sell our IP and our manufacturing and fulfillment to customers anywhere in the world. So we settled on this very important thesis that in this middle area here, not bulk chemicals, not feedstock because the margins are not there, not formulations because there is single customer risk and these customers are not trustworthy. In the middle here is a massive opportunity of $70 billion of TAM in India with 10 to 20% take rates, huge margins, high ROCE, high profitability possible. And by the way, we are not unique in coming up with this thesis. The specialty chemicals thesis in India is very well documented, but that was mostly contract manufacturing. We are talking about owning the IP and becoming one layer above the contract manufacturing. And so we funded this company. It was a very competitive deal. We were a lead of the seed round. We funded this company when there were 2 boys and a laptop. So there was no revenue, there's no profit, there's nothing. No factory, no IP, 0 patents. It is a well-researched idea, and it is the 2 right founders because they come from manufacturing, they come from the domain, they know how to do this. This is not accident, this is not chance, this is not luck, this is not gambling. This is how people at zero start a company, investor and two founders. What I want to show you is because the preparation was done correctly, and because the founders were the right people, both is essential. One without the other, the success is impossible. In less than 12 months, they achieved 25 crores of revenue. They served companies in 10 countries. 50% of the revenue came from repeat orders. We thought that margin will be 7-8%. They were almost double, 12%. And all of this with negative 3.7% EBITDA. So in less than 1 year, they showed us that they can do research, they can do R&D, they can start winning customers, they can manufacture, they can fulfill, they can run logistics across the ocean, and they can do all this with a 60-day working capital cycle. They can get bank credit, they can get export credit, and they can do this with negligible EBITDA loss. What they did after that is astounding because they continued the flywheel of invention. They continued focusing on R&D. They have traveled to now 40 countries to set up sales teams to sell into those countries. And they set a very ambitious target that we want to do $1 billion in GMV by 2029. I'm very happy to say last year, 1 year in advance of their target, they hit 900 crores of annual sales. That's around $100 million. I still think there's a long way to go to $1 billion, obviously, and the dollar is not helping us. But the fact that they went from nothing to 900 crores of revenue in less than 2 years is astounding. This year is their third year of operations. They will close the year with possibly 1,300, 1,400 crores of sales, and they will have their first profit, and they'll pay taxes here. Now, this seems like a magic example, right? Everything went through your success in hindsight. Obviously, you'll only talk about your successes. But we have repeated the simplified template in 11 other companies. 3 of them may not work. So that's fine. That is, unfortunately, how competitive this is. We are not the only VC with this thesis now. Many others have learned from these successes. They're trying to replicate on their own. Simplify now has 6 competitors, all using Simplify's website, copying it, and using it as their own sales material. But specialty chemicals, electrical equipment, transformers, medical devices, biomanufacturing, we have gone across industry by industry, sector by sector, opportunity by opportunity. And we are seeing founders are now not stopping and waiting for permission from someone to start this. They are all innovating on very hard technical areas with domain experts to build the next Simplify in their category. This is a very important example for all of us to zoom out and think, what are the takeaways here, right? And there are some takeaways that are very important that I urge everyone in the room. But again, whatever your background may be, it's very important that you encapsulate these learnings so that you have a higher likelihood of success in your own trajectories in the next 10 years. We fundamentally believe that there's a next decade of opportunity here, a window that is opened after 80 years of pain. It is going to be highly uncertain. It is going to be very risky, competitive. But this generational leap will never come again in our lifetime. We have to take advantage of it. This is also very important for us to understand. But India, as GSBs, we're already on a back foot when it comes to quotas and reservation, everything else, obviously. And we need not go through that on record. But the market is even more competitive. There is no support, there is no quota, nothing helps you in the market beyond your performance, beyond your capability, and beyond the networks that you build that are interested in your success. So please become very focused on narrative and numbers both. Start learning how to market your wins. Please focus on value creation over mere passion and marketing and blogging and LinkedIn posts and so on. Create the value, focus on the value, and remember that the community is a key platform for your success. Please cultivate your relationships in your community. There are hundreds of success stories in our own community, from Canada Bank to Hangyo to Manipal to Zerodha. It's very important for us to learn from these very important successful people and repeat their successes in our own domains and create the next generation of winners. And the last submission I make to you is your skepticism has no value in the market. Your doubt will mean nothing. This leap is so critical for us. It is either we build or we get left behind. And I'm telling you as an investor, as someone who has worked in a startup myself, who has built things before, it is not investors who are scarce now, it is builders. If you are a domain expert, if you are the kind of builder who doesn't give up, if you are the kind of person who can build a great team, lead 1,000 people, take it to IPO, build a unicorn, you will find that there's a lot of money available in India to invest in your success. And that's why this GSB angel ecosystem that is being built is critical. But I want to leave you with this. With or without you, 9 lakh crores of wealth is going to be created in the next 10 years. Please be inside that circle. Please focus on this opportunity. Let us make sure our community is never left behind again. I'm going to leave all these the slides with the organizers. So Shanbag sir can share all these slides with you in case you were not able to read everything. But I just want to focus on why I gave you the simplify example, because domain expertise is impossible to substitute. AI will become a perfect employee for you if you know what to do. AI will not tell you what is your objective, where is the value, what is the ambition, what is my purpose. But it will be a great employee once you set the objective function, once you set the endpoint. So please internalize these lessons. Please take a photo of this slide if it's helpful to you. But it's very important that all of us, whether we're a founder, whether we're a business person, whether we're a professional inside a startup, whether we work for a big bank, wherever we are, we set a very definite end objective for ourselves, which means prosperity, which means wealth, which means personal success. And we work backwards, and we work with the community to get there. I've also quickly built a slide on essential skills in case there are younger people in the audience, maybe students, maybe young founders. Besides domain expertise, besides native AI, native whatever, there are many other things that we are not taught in college. I was not taught for sure. I was taught much less than you are today in 2025, 26. So please be very focused on learning all this on your own, because the system will not teach you all of this. And all of this will be deployed in your real life in the next 10 years. And I'll also remind you that we are in an adversarial government system still. In very many ways, we're still socialist. We're still very much like China in the control economy. Random bans, random policy reversals, random change of regulations. This is going to be a default part of our life. Let us not blame all this anymore. It is difficult. It is challenging. I understand. I'm more frustrated than you are most of the time about all this, but let it not be an excuse anymore. We have to get over it, and we will. And if you're able to do all this, what I can remind you is now the time it's taking to be successful is half what it used to be before. There is more money available. It happens in half the time. There is more talent available. More IPOs are happening. 55 already startup IPOs in India. And they're all being valued better than their Nifty peers because they're growing faster than their Nifty peers. So your end state is also in India. Go IPO, get acquired here, build value here. You do not have to leave India if you want to do your best work, thankfully. Finally, for the first time. This wasn't true even for my generation when I was in college 15 years back. And so I remind you, please be confident as an Indian. Please take inspiration from other entrepreneurs of your age or your seniors who achieved this before you. It's very important for us as a community to understand that the world is our opportunity, and this is a window that we must not miss. So I'll close with this slide. Thank you for your time. Again, very grateful to Shanbag sir, Ullas sir, Pradeep sir, and so many other people in the room who are building this community and this angel initiative for all of us. I'm very happy to be a continued supporter of it. If I can help in any way, my email is here. Please reach out to me. I'm on LinkedIn. I'm on email. As always, happy to answer questions if there is time. But once again, thank you for your time.
थँक्यू सो मच सर एक जोर एक पण लाईक्स दिवया तांकां तुम्ही कॅमेरार दिसता आसाची लाईक दियाची पुरो जन पळया आणि एक रब्बून आपस तांकां क्लॅप मारल्यार तांगेल टायमा खातीर मस्त लायक जाता म्हणावं लागता सर थँक्यू सो मच फॉर द इनसाइटफुल अँड इन्फॉर्मेटिव्ह सेशन सर थँक्यू सो मच
Thank you so much. Thank you.
थँक्यू कशें आशिल्लें सेशन होडान म्हणका तुमी लायक आशिल्लें ग्रेट अमेझींग येस इट वॉज आतां नेक्स्ट सेशन तुमी पुरोजन राखता आसाची एक चेरडू वाले मत्त्यांतू एक ब्रँड स्टोरी आसा काय म्हणजे जाल्यार तसले एक स्टोरी आशिल्ली तसली एक कंपनी मिगल मत्त्यांत हें स्टोरी केन्नाय आसता कित्याक म्हळ्यार चायल्डहूडांतू म्हाका मस्त इश्ट जालेलो तसलो एक ब्रँड 97 ब्रँड एस्टाब्लीश जाल्ले ताच्या फुडें ऑस्ट्रेलिया वचून थंय सॉफ्ट टी पळयलेल्या निमित्त आमकां खावच्या मेळ्ळें दिसता 97 डिसेंबरांत लॉन्च जावन जानेवारी फेब्रुवारी म्हणटा तेरा टायमारी ₹5 सॉफ्ट टी मेळूंक स्टार्ट जालें कार स्ट्रेटांत तदान खाल्ल्या हुडगा सत्तायस म्हाका तसलो एक ब्रँड हांग्यो जोर क्लॅप्स हांग्यो केवो हांग्यो आयस्क्रिमाचे MD श्री प्रदीप सर आतां वेदिके वयर येता सामको मस्त सकाळी इन्फॉर्मेशन तांणी दिवच्याक आसाची तांगेल टॉपिकाक आमी मन दिवन आयकुया
ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ Good afternoon. Recently on 15th March 2026 at Sri Kashimat, Bangalore, Sri Jiji Shanai Mam, Sri R.S. Shanbag Mam and Sri Vinayak Kamath Mam have launched this GSB Startup Angels, an initiative created to mentor, guide and support young entrepreneurs from our GSB community and help them to build impactful startups and global enterprises. First of all, we should thank and compliment all the three founders of this great initiative for taking up this great cause. It's really a great to note GSB Startup Angels in less than last 90 days. They have already identified 2 companies to invest, and one is from Mangalore and the second one is from Shimoga. So we all GSBs should join hands to support whatever way we can to these 3 founders who are working for our next generation. Honestly, this course has given birth to great entrepreneurs in our GSB community who have established hotel industry, ice cream industry, BD industry, Mangalore tile industry, banking and education, which all started as now called startups. Before I say anything else, let me just take a moment to look around this room. I see all the young faces, bright eyes, people who have come here not to watch a cricket match, not to scroll through Instagram, but to sit in a room on a weekend, Sunday morning, and talk about building something. That alone tells me everything I need to know about you. Assuming that all of you are now aware of the emergence of the first trillionaire of the world, who all spoke now, Mr. Elon Musk, and his journey over past 25 years. I will begin my talk. My name is Pradeep Pai. I was born in Bhatkal. I studied in Bhatkal. In 1997, when we started our first Hangyo Softy ice cream outlet in Namma, Mangalore, an emerging place, there was no Y2K, no Silicon Valley connections, no IIT or IIM degree, no angel investor knocking on our door. It was just a small idea, a high degree of stubbornness and an absolute refusal to accept that big things could only happen somewhere else. Today, we process thousands of liters of milk and lakhs of liters of ice cream. Our ice cream is in homes, hotels, restaurants, colleges and weddings across Karnataka, Kerala, Goa, Maharashtra, Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu. And we have one of the marquee investor on our cap table and a dynamic FMCG legend, Sri Ullas Kamath sir, on our board. I am standing here not because I am an extraordinary, but because I started. My founding principle was that the first rule of winning a race is that you have to be in the race. So let me tell you why you must start too, and why today, right now, in 2026, is the single greatest time in the history of this country to become an entrepreneur. Friends, when we started in 1989, we started with a small milk processing plant in a most backward place of Uttara Kannada, Kirvatti, a small village on Hubli-Ankola Road. I married in 1995. My wife Deepa at that time has a tough time adjusting to a village life as she was from Mumbai. That taught us the power of resilience and the true meaning of the word Dhrada Nishchay. At that time, there was no Google Maps to find distributors, no WhatsApps to coordinate, no Instagram to show people our product. We had physically to go to each shops and say, Saibre, Namma halu matte ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ stock ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ? Knock every available door and convince every owner for a pouch of milk at a time. I feel envious of all of you that you have tools today that I would have given my right hand for. Think about what is available to you right now, free, on your phone. You can build a website in an afternoon. You can run an ad campaign for 500 rupees. You can do market research In one evening, you can find a manufacturer, a lawyer, a designer, a co-founder, all online. But more than technology, think about the mood of this country right now. India is the fourth largest economy in the world and climbing. We are the most populous nation on the earth. 1.4 billion people, majority of them young, majority of them aspiring, majority of them wanting better products, better services, better lives. Every single one of those aspirations is a business opportunity. When we started, people asked me, Pradeep, ice cream business in Mangalore? That is ideal. That is Shetty. That is Amul. There are already big brands. What will you do differently? And I said, I will make it fresher. I'll make it local. I'll make it theirs. And Oila, now you all know the genesis of the name of Hangyo ice cream. The question is not whether the market exists. The market always exists. The question is, do you exist for the market? And do you have a plan to tap the same profitably? I want to tell you something that nobody tells young people. The risk of not starting is greater than the risk of starting. The world-class world does not wait. Every year you delay is a year someone else solves the problem you are meant to solve. The financial landscape. Now I know what some of you are thinking. Pradeep sir, I have an idea, but I have no money. I hear you, I have been there. But let me tell you how different the world looks today from a financing standpoint. When I needed capital in the early days, my options were family and the local bank, which wanted collateral and I didn't have. I didn't give up. That was essentially it. Today you have a menu at the national level. You have the Startup India initiative, which has simplified the registration, provided tax exemptions, and created a legal framework that actually encourages risk-taking. You have IIT and IIM-backed incubators that don't ask you for collateral. They ask you for conviction and your ability to seed. Then there is the Karnataka Startup Policy 22-27, which provides reimbursement, incentives for patents, quality of certifications, GST costs, and marketing expenses. It has dedicated 100 crore venture capital fund for disruptive technologies. And it has a specific beyond Bangalore mandate. The government has explicitly said that Mysore, Mangalore, and Hubli Dharwad are priority clusters for startup growth. Karnataka also has a separate focus for women founders. In the last Elevate round, 42 out of 101 funded startups had women founders. If you are a woman in this room with an idea, the system is actively looking for you. And now the latest news. Just last year at Bangalore Tech Summit, the government unveiled the startup policy along with 300 crore fund of funds, and 100 crores deep tech corpus. There is also a LEAP program, Local Economy Accelerator program, with rupees 1,000 crore earmarked to create jobs, specifically for Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. Friends, we are sitting in Tier 2 city. This money is coming here. The question is only whether entrepreneurs from here are ready to meet it. And then above all this, you have what is sitting in this very room, GSB startup angel investors, venture capitalists, people who have made money and are now actively looking for the next generation of builders to back. The fact that you can walk into a room of our own people willing to write a check for a good idea, that is extraordinary. Do not take that for granted. Build the proof first. Start small, show traction, show that real people want what you are building. The money will follow. You must strive to be an employment generator, not just an employee. The most stable thing you can do in an unstable world is build something people need. Today, when we employ over 1,000 people in Hangyo, in sales and marketing, factory employees, quality assurance, and R&D team, those 1,000 families whose children go to school, whose parents get medicines, whose futures are a little more secure, we did not just build a company, we built a small ecosystem. You can do that too. In fact, India desperately needs you to do it. What a nation that needs to create jobs for 10 million young people entering the workforce every year. The government cannot do it alone. The existing large companies cannot do it alone. It is entrepreneurs, people like you, sitting in this room, who will create the employment that India's future depends on. And here is what I find deeply meaningful. When you create a job, you don't just give someone a salary. You give them a dignity. You give them an agency. You give them a family of stability. The ripple effect of one small company done right touches hundreds of lives. I want you to stop thinking of entrepreneurship as a personal ambition. Start thinking of it as a civic responsibility, because that is what it is. Always dream big, solve real problems. I am sometimes asked, sir, how did you come up with your business idea? And my honest answer is, I did not come up with it. I noticed something. We noticed that milk was not available in our hometown Bhatkal then. Those days, from the producer, we thought, why can't we get into a dairy business and shake up the market? There was a huge demand. There are local producers at Kirvati. Why not take the plunge? That noticing, that small irritating observation became our first company. The entrepreneurs I respect most in this country were not the ones who made existing things slightly more convenient. They were the ones who said, this fundamental injustice or this fundamental inefficiency, I am going to build an institution that ends it. Dr. Devi Prasad Shetty, one of our own born, not far from here, looked at cardiac surgery and said, why should only the wealthy get to live? He built an Narayana Hridaya Health to make world-class heart surgery accessible to people who earn a few hundred rupees a day. That is not convenience. That is transformation. That is the kind of thinking I want you to carry out this room today. Don't ask, why small problem can I solve? Ask, what big injustice can I end? What broken system can I rebuild? What opportunity exists here that has been ignored because people assumed someone else would take care of it? The answers to these questions are where the great companies of tomorrow are hiding. We have tourism infrastructure, temples, beaches, hills, food, culture that draws visitors from across the country. And yet hospitality and experience economy is here fraction what it could be. But perhaps most importantly, and this is the point I want to drive home to everyone in this room, we have people, we have educated, skilled, hungry young people coming out of our college every single year. Mangalore and surrounding district has 6 medical colleges and over 21 engineering colleges, including National Institute of Technology, Surathkal, and MIT, Manipal, one of the finest technical institutes in the country. When you add degree colleges, management institutes, pharmacy, nursing, and allied health sciences programs, this region produces thousands of graduates every year. Many of them leave. They go to Bangalore, to Pune, to Hyderabad, and to the Gulf, and they build wonderful careers elsewhere. Look at what Mangaloreans have built when they decide to dream big. Dr. T.M.A. Pai built the Manipal from a small town not far from here into one of the India's most respected educational and healthcare empire. Sri K.V. Kamath, who grew up in this region, transformed ICICI Bank into a modern financial powerhouse and later led to the new development bank. Dr. Ranjan Pai, whose family roots are in this coastal belt, is now making Manipal education and hospitals across the country for masses, across India and beyond. Sri Rohit Bhatt built a RoboSoft, and today we are here in his beautiful campus of Wrk Wrk. Sri Gigi Shenai, Sri R.S. Shanbag, who also have built enterprises. These are not people who had unfair advantages. These are people who decided not to think small. And that is my message to all of you. Mangalore gave them the hunger. It gave them the values. It gave them the work ethic. And it can give you the same if you choose to stay or if you choose to come back. The graduates of Mangalore are not a brain drain waiting to happen. They are on asset waiting to be deployed. Here by companies started by people like you. solving problems that matter to this region. So let me leave you with this. I am not a professor, I am not a management consultant. I am a man from Mangalore who decided one day that a good ice cream made with integrity, sold with honesty, could build something worth building. I have made mistakes I cannot count. I have had sleepless nights. I have doubted myself more times than I can remember, but I have never, not once, regretted starting. You are sitting in a room full of people who believe in you. The investors are here, the mentors are here, the fellow dreamers beside you. They are here because they want you to succeed. The government schemes are ready. The Mangalore port is open. The graduates are here. The problems are real. The capital is becoming available. All that is missing is the person who says, I will dream big. Think of the large problems. Ignore the noise that says you must start small and stay small. Use the tools, elevate, can, the angel network in this room and use them boldly. Build something that 10 years from now, another young person in Mangalore will point and say, that is why I believed it was possible. There will be never a perfect time. There will be never be a zero risk. There will always be a reason to wait. Don't wait. The best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. The second best time is today. Thank you and all the very best.
Thank you, Pradeep sir. कशें आशिल्लें? Very nice, very inspiring. तशेंच recently May 21st हाका तिरुपतींतू तांगेलें manufacturing plant open जालें. Per day 1 लाख लीटर capacity अशें तसलें एक manufacturing plant. आमगेले समाजांत आस म्हळ्यार जोर claps तांक मारया. Thank you, Pradeep ma'am, for the insightful session. The next आमगेल मुखार अंकुश नायक येता आसा. अंकुश नायकान येताना clap मारयाचें ताका म्हळ्यार तुमकां गोतस एक्सपर्ट एज्युकेशनल इन्स्टिट्यूशन मार्क्स आयले ಕೂಡಲೇ ರಿಸಲ್ಟ್ ಆಯ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡಲೇ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ರ್ಯಾಂಕ್ कोणाक ನೀಟ್ ಅಂದು कोण आयला अंत कोण आयला तंत कोण आयला एग्जाम अंत कोण फस्ट म्हळ्यार तांणी एक ना एक पंत एक्सपर्टा भितर वचून येवन आसतात तसले एक इन्स्टिट्यूशन आमगेले प्राऊड इन्स्टिट्यूशन कोडयालचे जोर क्लॅप्स मारून अंकुशाक वेलकम करता आसा इन्फॉर्मेशन टेक्नॉलॉजीचे एक डायरेक्टर जावन तो काम करता आसा इन्स्टिट्यूशनांत ताका मोगान स्वागत वेदिके वयर
Very good afternoon to all of you. First of all, at the very outset, I would like to thank the organizers, Gigi Shanai ma'am, Shanbag ma'am, Ullas Kamat ma'am. They, put some trust in me. Young speaker, probably, I don't know if I'm the youngest here, but to come and share some of my experiences and thoughts with the changing times that are happening today. If we have noticed something, one central theme to all the talks that have been happening since morning is that AI is here. And somewhere there's this fear among us, like what is going to be our relevance in this age of AI, right? Is it going to take away the jobs that we do? Is it going to transform the world that we live in? And we're going to answer some of these questions. Some of these things have been mentioned by the speakers before me, but I'm going to talk about not about technology. I'm going to talk about people and what makes the human relevant in this age of AI and how you can stay relevant in this age of AI. Can I have my presentation, please? Yes, thank you. The presentation is just there for your visual reference, but that is not what we need. Again, as I said, we are here to talk about the human and not about the technology, right? I'm going to talk about three things primarily. One is future skills. What are the skills that the youth of today's generation, not just the youth in fact, even legacy business owners need to develop so that their businesses are relevant in this age of AI? We are going to talk about continuous learning. It is said that we always, we are students throughout our life. We need to keep learning. There is no end to learning. Recently, I was talking to some of my students at Expert, and I said, even if you learn something at your last breath, it is not a waste of your time. Because there is no threshold where you stop learning things. And of course, I'm going to talk something that may be more relevant to the younger generation is career readiness. How do we face this challenge that AI is posing to us? And I am at a very interesting intersection. Unlike most people who work exclusively with technology or work exclusively without technology, I am at an intersection where Expert is an institution that deals with real students in a campus physically, but we use technology in order to make their learning process a lot more efficient. So we are at this intersection of technology and real human beings. So you might find some of my points to be a little different from most people who are working exclusively, sitting in a room with, just computers in front of them. The rules have changed. Earlier, careers, it's okay if you can't see from the back, I'm going to talk about it, right? Careers used to be very, very linear. You study hard during your, student life. You get a job, you get a degree first, then you get a job, you gain experience, and then you build a career out of it. It was very simple. If you look, say, 20 years in the past, very, very simple. Study hard, work hard, build a career out of it. And most of our parents' generation have built their careers in this way. Even maybe our generation has built our career so far in this way, but we run the risk of becoming irrelevant if we do not change this linear path into a cyclical path. When I say a cycle, basically now you need to continuously reinvent, continuously relearn, adopt, and then keep revising yourselves. It is not enough to just keep on putting the brute force effort into your life and then you expect that you're going to succeed at some point in your life, right? So it's about learning, it's about adapting, it's about creating, reinventing, and finally repeating this entire cycle. And this goes on again and again and again. The earlier model worked because industries changed very, very slowly. Today, change happens much faster than this. Right? We have already seen examples, Pranav gave a lot of examples of how things have been rapidly changing. Many of the tools that we use today did not exist 5 years ago. I want to ask you all a question, a show of hands. How many of you have used ChatGPT or Gemini or Claude or whatever AI tools in the last 1 week? Most of you. I would say confidently at least 98 or 99% of you. Now, how many of you used it for convenience versus how many of you learned a new skill while using this AI? Majority of us use AI for convenience. In fact, we used to Google things. Now, most people don't even go to Google. They directly ask ChatGPT. Even Google has introduced an AI mode because it also knows that people do not have the patience to scroll through results. Right? You want instant answers, even if those answers are wrong at times. So, AI for convenience is one thing. Everybody knows how to use it. We saw the metrics. India is the largest adopter of AI in the world right now. It has adopted AI. We use AI. But what are we using it for is the question. Are we learning something new using that AI? And this is something that we need to ask ourselves. So, the challenge is not just learning once, it's about learning continuously. The most employable few people in the future are the ones who are going to be very, very proficient at learning new things again and again. So AI is not a future technology, right? It's there right now in our lives. We have all agreed that AI is there. What can AI currently do already? It can do all these things. It's there, it's percolated all fields that you can think about. Business, education, healthcare, finance, entrepreneurship. People are building entire businesses out of AI. It's no longer just helping you make your business more efficient. People are building entire businesses out of AI. You do not need people to, write a website anymore. You can do it in 5 minutes yourselves. You don't have to pay anybody. Most of the times, even the free tier usage of most of these platforms are enough to do great things. But what we need to understand is, how is this affecting the market today? Every major technological change affects the nature of work that we do. If you look back in the past, steam power changed how we do manufacturing. We are talking about 1800s, right? Steam engine changed how we do manufacturing. Electricity changed industry. The internet changed how we communicate. And we have lived through that change. And AI is changing knowledge work. How you gain knowledge, how you use that knowledge into doing something new, something innovative, this is being changed by AI. It's not just about the capability of AI. If you look in the last, not even 5 years, I'll say last 1 or 2 years, see the speed at which AI is changing. See the speed at which AI is improving. 1 year ago, AI image generator could not render a human hand. You might have seen examples of this, where it would render your hands with 6 or 7 fingers at times. But today, AI is pretty much indistinguishable from real life photos. It's become so difficult. So look at the speed at which it is changing. So you can just imagine what is going to happen in the next 5 years, right? Today, AI can write reports for you. It can do presentations. It can generate code. It can analyze data. It can create videos, assist with even decision making. You put all your company data into it. It is going to create nice dashboards and help you with making better decisions, more informed decisions. So whether we are entrepreneurs, teachers, engineers, doctors, startup founders, lawyers, it doesn't matter. AI is already in our professions. So question is no longer whether AI is going to affect what we do. The question is, how do we choose to respond? AI will give you answers, but who asks the questions? It is us humans, right? So we need to learn to ask better questions. We need to learn to use this AI in a way that is going to benefit us without taking away how we do our jobs. Don't try to compete with AI. The question is not, is AI going to replace what I'm doing at all? AI, no technological change has ever replaced a profession. Let me tell you this. There is a misconception that jobs are going to be taken away because of AI. No technological change. I'll give you examples. Calculators came. Did mathematicians lose their jobs? Spreadsheets came into the market. Did accountants lose their jobs? Nobody lost their jobs over technology change. It is just that those who adapted to the change in technology, they were able to survive the change. Those who did not adapt probably fell out. So it is not about whether it is going to take away your job. The question is, are you ready to change the way you do your job? This is something that we need to ask ourselves. It has nothing to do with AI. Any technological change does not change the profession. It changes the nature of the profession, nature of the job that the professional does. So the people who know how to use this AI effectively are going to be the ones who outperform those who do not. So learn to collaborate with AI, not to compete. What makes humans irreplaceable? As AI becomes better at repetitive, routine cognitive work, today we are talking about agentic AI. See, last 2 years, where people are talking about Gen AI. I don't know how many of you know this, many of you might. Gen AI is generative AI, where we are generating text, we are generating images, we are generating videos, and today social media is filled with AI-generated content. And we have grown tired of it. And to be very honest, the Gen AI market is a saturated market already. There's nothing new coming out of it. What is running the world today is agentic AI. When I say agentic AI, you are able to delegate tasks to AI agents which can do repetitive work, cognitive work. I recently started using Codex. How many of you have heard of Codex? Yeah. Some of you use Claude Desktop maybe. There are different versions. Right? With Codex, I was surprised the first time I used it. It literally creates a list of tasks that it has to do based on your prompt, and then just repeatedly does them very efficiently, just like a human being would. It takes time. It doesn't do it in, it doesn't give you a response in 30 seconds like ChatGPT would. It takes 10 minutes, 15 minutes, sometimes an hour to do the work. But it makes sure it corrects itself, it learns from what mistakes have happened, and it gives you the final end result after going through multiple tasks. Ullas ma'am in the morning said, it doesn't ask for a salary, it doesn't ask for leaves, it does not ask for breaks. So AI can do these repetitive works, even cognitive works, very, very efficiently. But this is where unique human skills become even more important. What are these human skills? One, critical thinking. We, as humans, can ask questions. We can reason. This is not something AI inherently cannot do this. If you know how AI works, it is basically a statistical model. It just gives you the most probable result. But it cannot think. So, critical thinking, it helps us evaluate information. Creativity. Unfortunately, we are seeing a lot, I don't know, fortunately or unfortunately, we are seeing a lot of AI-generated posters these days. Most of you, any event today, everywhere AI-generated. Have you noticed something? All of them look alike. Those very dark backgrounds, very typical fonts which don't exist in any font library, colors that don't really match well. You know it is AI-generated by looking at it. And everybody is doing the same. Because AI, as I said, it is statistical. It averages out. It says a poster should look like this. That is the death of creativity. So creativity is something that humans can do. So learn these skills: critical thinking, creativity. One more C, communication. Interpersonal communication, how we talk to each other. Unfortunately, again, people are using to WhatsApp communication. Everybody is posting their message into AI and then getting all grammar corrected and then sending it to people. Maybe your grammar is going to improve, maybe not. But the idea is, where has that human touch gone? Right? Emotional intelligence, sympathy, empathy. AI cannot feel this. Compassion. And finally, adaptability, which helps us to change with changing times, with our environment. AI can generate content, but it cannot replace human judgment, purpose, ethics, empathy, leadership, vision. Vision is something AI can never ever have. And as startup founders here, as business owners here, as professionals here, all of us need to have a vision. And that vision is going to drive how we go into the future. So the future workforce will need two things. One is technological competence, and the second is human excellence. We need both of these. So, how to be ready for a future career? One misconception is that we need only technical skills, right? Because everybody's talking about AI, we need to learn AI. It's not that. Career readiness is broader. It is said that we need to become T-shaped professionals. When you say T-shaped, like that. One is you need to have deep expertise in one area, the vertical bar of the T. Deep expertise in one area, and then broad knowledge in multiple domains. So that we have that core expertise in something, but then we are able to work, collaborate, and dip our hands into multiple, domains at the same time. This is something that all of us need to develop. So you need digital literacy, the ability to become comfortable with technology. We need domain expertise. We need communication, collaboration skills. But most importantly, we need learning agility. How quickly do we adapt to new changes? How quickly do we learn new things? And this ability to adapt may become more important than knowledge itself. Today, knowledge is free. We are looking at a world where knowledge is there at your fingertips. But how quickly can you learn using that knowledge? That is going to change us as a civilization. So when employers are going to hire people in the future, they are going to look at mostly adaptability rather than your actual knowledge, because knowledge is there. So as an entrepreneur, you get, let's focus on those startup founders, innovators. One of the greatest advantage that you have today is access. It could be access to knowledge, it could be access to investors like the GSB Startup Angels, which is a wonderful initiative. It is, by our community, for our community. And 20 years ago, Pradeep Ma'am shared his story, 20, 30 years ago. He did not have access to these things. He had to carve his own path. But today, with this ecosystem around us, we have access. And AI allows a small team. You just need a very small team of few people to perform a work that once required entire departments to do. And entrepreneurs can use AI for different things. You can use it for research, product development, marketing, growth, customer support even. In fact, I find it annoying sometimes that today you can't talk to a real human being for customer support. Many companies have gone full AI. And it is impossible to get to a human, and the AI doesn't understand what is your problem because they don't understand being human. So there's a fine balance that we need to find somewhere. Make it easier, but also do not lose the human touch. And of course, this lowers the barrier to innovation now, right? But AI does not create the vision for your company. The vision has to be your own. The idea has to be your own. But somewhere you need to figure out, how do I use whatever I have around me, use AI, and then jumpstart, leapfrog, as Pranav put it. And you will never become irrelevant. That the vision, the leadership, human aspirations, that will always be the entrepreneur's role. So the winners are not necessarily going to, because startups are very competitive. And the winners are not necessarily those who are going to have the best technology. But they are going to be the ones who are going to learn fast and execute fast. Learn fast, and execute best. So this is very, very important. There are some lessons that I have learned from my own life. So I have a very multi-dimensional role at times because I'm not only in the field of education but also in the field of music. I am a sitarist as well. And there is something that I have learned from my musical career also. AI can generate notes, but mastery requires practice. That is not something AI can do. It can compose music for me. But if I have to perform, I have to practice. No AI is going to do anything in that respect. Similarly, we built a platform called Expert eLearn, which was launched by Ullas Ma'am and Rohit Bhatt Ma'am, a couple of years ago. And we integrated AI into learning processes for our students. We said that, you're going to have more individualized learning, personalized learning. A wonderful idea. But what have I learned from that? You can give all the technology to the student, but if the student does not put in the effort to learn, the technology is waste. That is why I said mastery requires practice. We work with thousands of students. Technology does not guarantee success. Let me tell you this. This is the reality. Technology does not guarantee success. Students who thrive are not necessarily the smartest, those who can use technology. They are the ones who are the most curious, who want to learn. And the most consistent, who put regular effort into their practice, the ones who are most willing to learn. Same thing with startup founders also, or with entrepreneurs also. You may not be the best at your technology, but are you willing to grow? Are you willing to put that effort to learn new things? Are you willing to innovate? Are you going to be consistent about it? This is what is going to, really decide the future, right? So technology can accelerate that process, but it cannot replace dedication. This is something that we need to apply in all aspects of our life. So the last thing that I want to say is, I have a few predictions just for 4 years down the line. 2030, nothing going to 2050 or another. So one, every professional is going to need an AI co-pilot. Either it's a do or die situation. Either learn it or leave it, but it is going to be there. Every professional will have an AI co-pilot to assist you with your day-to-day low-level tasks, so that you can focus on higher level human thinking, right? AI literacy is going to become as fundamental as computer literacy. Today, if a student doesn't know how to use a computer, you are going to think that there is some issue with their education, because it's become a very basic thing. Computer literacy is taken for granted today. AI literacy is going to be equally, or if not more important, right? It's going to be a core skill. Degrees alone are going to matter less. It's already happening now. A degree alone does nothing, right? You have to demonstrate your skills. You need to have demonstrable skills, and those are going to matter more than degrees. Continuous learning is going to become a career necessity rather than an advantage. We say that, you learn continuously, you're going to have an advantage in your growth, in your career. It's not that. It's going to become a necessity. If you don't, you're out of the race. That's it. So continuous learning is going to become necessary. And finally, human skills, as I said, compassion, empathy, leadership, communication, creativity, these are going to become even more valuable than they are today. Because that is what is essentially going to make us human. So the future may not belong to specialists. It may not belong to generalists. It will belong to those who can continuously reinvent itself. So don't aim to be better than AI. Do not focus on competing with AI. Just try to become a better version of yourselves with AI. So use technology to learn faster. Use technology to think deeper. Use technology to create more value. Value for yourself, value for others around you. In this AI era, the future belongs to those who can adapt. Your degree may open the first door. Your ability to learn will open every door after that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ankush. कशी शिलाय? Sorry. कशी शिलाय session? Nice. Very informative again. बरं लागले. थँक्यू सो मच. आता तुम्ही राखता अशें GSB स्टार्टअप एंजल्स कशें स्टार्ट जाल्लें, जे हिन्नले कसं नाही काय इनिशिएटीव गेल्लें म्हणून आमकां RS शानबाग मामेताची व्हॅल्यू पॉयंट ग्रुप 35 इयर्स मागशी केलें तसलें ग्रुप 2000 प्रोफेशनल्सां काम दिवन 1000+ क्रोर्सां चड रेवेन्यू केलें तसलें कंपनी तें आमगेलें RS शानबाग मामालें. आतां नोवेंटिकाचे पार्ट जाल्ला व्हॅल्यू पॉयंट सिस्टम्स. गिविंग वायल लिविंग म्हळ्यार एक मोठो घेवन काम करता असाची मस्त असल समाज सेवा तांगेल थ्रू जातास. लेट्स वेलकम RS शानबाग मामा ऑन स्टेज.
आम्ही नमगेले देवाक उडगास कोरनु आमगेले सक्कड मठा स्वाम्याले आशीर्वाद मागुनु हांगा आज आयिल्ल्यांक आमगेले साष्टांग नमस्कारಗಳು. So also people who are watching us live on Youth of GSB, so for everybody welcome. And thank you very much for being here. It means a lot to us because though Shanemam is from Mangalore, built an empire, I am not from Mangalore, I am from Uttara Kannada, Siddhapur place, but I have lot of customers, friends and relatives from this region. And what has inspired me in last 3.5 decades from this region is loyalty, integrity, commitment, dedication, and above all is the trust factor. So Ullas Kamath Ma'am keeps telling about the main quality of this region is the trust, and based on trust, lot of banks got incorporated and they have seen highest success in their lifetime. So I also have a BPO company which has branches in Udupi as well as nearby small villages. And one of the best experiences from this region is zero, I mean to say 100% loyalty and zero attrition, unless the girls or women get girls get married and then go away. So we had about 250 people in our branch in Udupi, and I'm already, like, I have always the gratitude and the respect for this region. So that is one of the reasons beyond Bangalore we are here in the banner of GSB Startup Angels. Before I go, as Ankush said, we need structure to deliver our thoughts here in the time available. So I will have some presentations done, but I want to ask you, how many of you are inspired since morning by the eminent speakers who came here and shared their life experiences? If you are inspired at some level, raise one hand. If you are inspired many ways, then raise both of your hands. Great. So I could see that urgency, the fear, the confusion, and some bit of clarity that our eminent speakers have shared here today. And I really respect and honor all the dignitaries and speakers who have accepted our invitation. And one of the purposes of GSB Startup Angels is giving back. So whatever in our professional career, whenever we present ourselves, we talk about 5 W's and 1 H, right? So that is why, when, what, and how, right? So I am trying to do that here. Why we started GSB Startup Angels? 2 years ago, in an eminent conference in Bangalore, Mohandas Pai Ma'am, Pradeep Pai Ma'am, Shanai Ma'am, Ullas Kamath Ma'am, and many other dignitaries have launched a program and a thought, an idea that there has to be a community or a backup which will support our community members when they are looking for access to capital. And that idea, greatly supported by Dayanand Pai Ma'am, has traveled so far. But the real thing started on March 15th this year. And I am ever grateful to Chennai Ma'am for his persistent follow-up and the urgency that he shows in his actions. And today, from motivation to inspiration to action, so ultimately what matters for all of you is how it is going to work for you. What is in it for me? We have given you some handouts, and there are two papers in that. One talks about FAQs, how this works, and most of the doubts you might have will be addressed to that. The second handout is what is that you can contribute to this community. So I'll try to cover in a couple of minutes from now. So we are here to strengthen our community through this term called startups. And Pradeep Pai Ma'am has shared decades ago when they started, or banks have started, education institutions have started, they were not called startups, but today we call everything a startup. And today I have one of my well-wishers and friends, Prabhuji here. Prabhuji, please stand up. So he's in his early 60s, and he launched his startup, AI-led Gurukula system that he has started last year. And today, I'm also very proud to say that he has about 5 franchises and 2 own Gurukulas that he has started under National Open Schooling System under New Education Policy. So it is going to create wonders, and it's extraordinary efforts that he has put. He is from IIT Mumbai graduate, and he has seen 30 plus years of life in technology world. So why I took that example is startup is just not for budding young entrepreneurs, and even in my company I say we are 35 years young startup. No, so startup is always from now, right? It is definitely, yes, there is a heritage experiences of decades, but what you are going to do from now matters a lot. So we all know that our community has best of the best brains when it comes to entrepreneurship, and as elder said, we are very well known for our integrity factors. Young entrepreneurs need a bridge, and that is a bridge, that is a support system. That is why we thought we'll create GSB Startup Angels. At the same time, I really wonder, there are more than 50 prominent leaders from our community have already committed to invest in GSB Startup Angels. We started with 25 crores in mind, and Ullas Kamath declared that we already have 50 crores of commitment. And that is one of the primary reasons why we are here today. And someday we will go to Uttara Kannada district, we will go to Goa, we will go to other cities also, where we will attract more and more GSB community entrepreneurs or who are in the borderline to get into this entrepreneurship. We are very proud that within 2-3 weeks we found 10 startups to pitch in, and we chose 2, and both those startup founders are here. They are going to share quickly on their experiences with us. But the primary reason that we are here today is that those prominent leaders who have committed money, and we already have 2-digit crores in our bank, that we do not have so many startup companies from our community right now with us. We have 18 or 20 people who have pitched us, and today we are standing before you to have at least 50 startup founders from our community to come and pitch us in next 1 month's time, so that we have a fiduciary duty that all these years we have managed our own money. But today, though we are not retired, we are all active entrepreneurs, we still run large enterprises, but we took that accountability and responsibility to give back something to society, and we are just the faces here, but there are more than 50 people who are backing us from the backside. So we have now very critical duty to ensure that that money goes to the right person, and we need most of the startups, that people have already begun. They are looking for bridge capital, or they need access to funds, or any kind of mentorship, support, networking. All that will be part of this initiative. And this is just not another fund that we are talking about. We are talking about a movement in our GSB community. So it is not just 125 people who have gathered here, or maybe 1,000 people watching, but we want this message to go to all 6 lakhs GSB community members. Come forward, and it's a very tricky situation. People are like, they have scarcity of money, but today we have, abundance of capital, and looking forward for attracting, the startup founders. So very different situation, right? Why we are here, I have mentioned a couple of times, couple of our elders have mentioned, I am not going in detail. The vision and urgency is very critical for us. Today, Ullas Kamath would have missed saying this. This fund is not to make money only. The fund is supporting our community startups on a long-term basis. Even when I built Value Point in 1991, or Pradeep Mam built Hangyo a couple of decades ago, we have built it for its lifetime. It is not built for our lifetime, right? So you have seen how Tatas and Ambanis and many large enterprises have built. They are not built for their lifetime. It is built for the organization's lifetime, 100 years, 200 years kind of lifetime. So we are also going to follow the similar model, where we are going to fund the companies who will think beyond their individual lifetime. How this will work? So we'll first identify, we'll screen, we'll mentor them, we will evaluate, we'll connect, and we support. So it is not just giving you the money. There is a network of mentors that we have created. Today we have about 20 mentors from different industries. I'll be covering which are all the domains and verticals that we are going to focus on. But trust me, it is not limiting to tech industry only. It is not limiting to only AI-driven things. I'm sure we have one special guest here today, Mr. Nagaraj Pai, and he is from an organization called Go Janani. Sir, are you here? Yeah. So Nagaraj Pai has a Goshala and organic farming background in near Udupi. So in fact, I have taken about 25 cows from him to our Bangalore Goshala, and we have great experience with this collaboration. So he called me, can I come here? Because we talk only about tech and tech and tech. So I said, there is lot to learn from seniors. There is definitely a focus on just not on the tech side, but traditional businesses, including, the home-based businesses that we want to encourage. So, but of course, there are certain criterias, and if you meet those criterias, why not? So he is here with his family. So I'm glad that you have made it. So idea to bring everybody on the table and then follow these steps, ensure that you are qualified and ready to seek funds from us. What we look for in founders, it is just not an idea. In fact, Ulas Kamath Ma'am keeps sharing that bring failed ideas or bring very extreme ideas where people said, hey, kasamare atugel idea, kangal chemunu. That is, you bring those ideas, we'll support you. I had an opportunity to go to Nitin Kamath's home last year, and there is a wall which has 20 certificates. Trust me, those certificates are not certificates of appreciation. They are certificates that they have started 20 different companies and failed. And then came Zerodha. Zerodha didn't start successfully from day one. They failed 20 times, and then, I may be wrong in 20, but multiple times, and then they succeeded in Zerodha. But they have not forgotten their learnings. They have ensured that they are framed, and they remind you on a daily basis in their living room. So what we look for is just not success factors. We look for the founder's integrity, founder's background, founder's ability to scale the business. One of the wonderful examples that Pranav shared today about Simplify, you see from just a laptop to boys coming in to 1,000 crores company in 2 years in a very niche area is something that is possible with a person sitting on your chair. So we will look for 360-degree worldview about your ideas and map with what is possible outside the world. Okay, so this is very important. We invest in founders first, then the ideas. So that is the evaluation process that we have. Who can participate here? That's exactly, that is there in the handout. So all the aspiring founders, I would like to ask, how many of you are already founders of the organization here? Raise your hand. Excellent. So how many of you are thinking that if I had an access to some platform like this 2 years ago, 5 years ago, I would have been 10 crores, 100 crores company? Great. So this shows, that the opportunity is now, not tomorrow. We want certainly the investors, the way we are getting responses. Mohandas Pai Ma'am said, 25 crore to 125, 150 crores thinker kamuno, So he is always 5 times ahead, and Pranav is 10 times ahead of us. So 10 times ahead of him, not us. So that is how they work. So we are very confident that if you come forward with brilliant ideas, with all other criteria met, so we want to really go towards 100 crores kind of capital and that is possible from our community here. It's just not idea and money, we need mentors. So we had very eminent, successful professionals and entrepreneurs who have come forward. Couple of names you would have seen in our previous series. We had Vinay Shanay Mam, who is head of Infineon Semiconductors Technologies, virtually right hand of central government today. So he has set up 5,500 people in India on semiconductor manufacturing as well as development side. So recently he launched 500-seater GCC in Gift City in Ahmedabad. Such mentors are available for you. We had Jagdish Bhandarkar, who is the Chief Disruption Officer in Deloitte. You see his designation, Chief Disruption Officer in Deloitte, one of the big fours. So he is on our board. Like that, there are about 20 who have registered and willing to support you, including Pranav and his team, Siddharth, and they have about 150, 200 people. Ullas Kamath Mam, Pradeep Mam, many people who are not present here, but they are all willing to support you if you are ready. We also need professionals to guide you on the technology side. It could be their experiences in manufacturing, anything, any domain vertical that we want to build. So we need such professionals also. So we need C-level executives where they can give the worldview for you. They can think 10 years, 20 years ahead of you and give you some direction to think big and act big. Lastly, students, and that's why we got Ankush here, and so they are in the right path, just not on the traditional education, so they are blending technology in the education, and such a great combination that we have here, and there are many education institutions from our community. So we want finishing schools, institution and industry connects, and many ready to get onto the job kind of situation. Pranav is very keen to organize another big event in this region. He said, I want at least 1,000 students from GSB community so that I will give them what they have to do in next 3 months to get a premium job. Right? So it's just not on the startup side, he is also willing to, because he has told you that 10,000 companies have applied for funding in his organization. And their hit ratio is 1 in 800 or 1 in 1,000. And last year, 3 of his invested companies have become unicorns. Imagine such a extraordinary brain support is available for every GSB. It's just not the money. Shanay Mam will talk about the importance of mentoring, networking and finance also, who is a practical person, mentored many organizations, so he is going to share after me. I will pause here because this goes on. What we need from you is awareness and help us to get our plans, our giving back ideas to execute. So if you are in the border, you are in the right path. Please jump into entrepreneurship, because GSB Startup Angels is just not on creating companies. The bigger purpose is create entrepreneurs who create entrepreneurs. Create entrepreneurs who build organizations for lifetime. Create entrepreneurs who will create more and more jobs. And create entrepreneurs who will come back and contribute to this movement. Imagine 5 years from now, one of you seeking support or not seeking support from this movement is going to build a unicorn. So that is one of the dreams that Rohit Bhatt has told me when I met him first, though I know him for 25 years as my customer and a friend, but in this avatar of Wrk Wrk, SBP and Thai Mangalore president, he told me, Shanbag, my ultimate dream is to see one unicorn coming from this coastal region. So that dreamer, that executor is sitting here in this room or maybe watching this program. So with that, I really appreciate your time on Sunday in the rainy season, and thank you for patient listening. And we are here being active in our businesses. We are putting our time with only intention to give back to our community, and we really need your support, your mind share. Please share about us to the rest of the GSB community who are not present here. So thank you again, and Dhanyosmi. Thank you.
Thank you, Shanbag Mam. It was very clear. आमकां clear picture आयला कसं करतं असं GSB startup या एक इनिशिएटिव्ह म्हणून सांगून. आता नेक्स्ट जी शणै म्हाका ವೇದಿಕೆ ವೇರ ಪೈತಾ ಸ तुमकां पूर्ण जन ಗೊತ್ತಿಶುಲ್ವರಿ GSB स्टार्टअप आज एक इनिशिएटिव्ह जाल्यार एक 2-3 वर्स देखून म्हाका ಗೊತ್ತಿಶುಲ್ವರಿ जी शणै माम एक स्टार्टअप अवॉर्ड सेरेमनी करता म्हणून मस्त प्रयत्न करता आशिल्लो स्टार्टअप्साक अवॉर्ड्स दिवका म्हणून. आमी थँक्स सांगता की म्हूण तें स्टार्ट जायनी हें स्टार्ट जालें म्हूण तें मेळ्ळें जाल्यार खाली अवॉर्ड मात्र मेळटा आशिल्लें स्टार्टअपाक जाल्यार हें स्टार्ट जाल्या निमित्त दुड्डूय मेळटा आसा. तशें न्हू आयटेक्स प्रिमियराचे आमगेलो टू अशें तसले MD जी शणै मामाक हांव ವೇದಿಕೆ ವೇರ आपयता.
सगळ्यांक नमस्कार. आता आमगेले GSB स्टार्टअप एंजल्स म्हणून तुमी आयकून आज आयल्यां ती ते कसल आतां आमी करच्या वता ती कशी आमी तुमकां हेल्प करता ती कसल रिती तुमकां यू कॅन टेक द बेनिफीट फ्रॉम GSB स्टार्टअप एंजल्स म्हणून एक 15 मिनीट म्हाका टायम दिला तितले भितर जालें तितलें हांव तुमकां संक्षिप्त जावन सांगच्याक इश्ट पावता. See, joy of living is in giving. So absolutely we have to give to the community. ते आमकां तितले हॅपिनेस मेळटा कितली चड दितकी तितली चड आमकां ताजी हॅपिनेस मेळटा. सुधींद्र तीर्थ स्वाम्यान सांगचें आशिल्लें कशें म्हळ्यार आमी दितना अशी कोण दिवका काय उद्दा म्हळ्यार अशी व्हळता काय आमी अशी दवरल्यार एक तांबयांत उदक भरता तितलेंच भरता जाल्यार चड वच्चना चड दिवच्या जायना. अशी धरल्यार उद्दा व्हळता आसता खंय येता आसता वता आसता खंय तशी तुमी कितली चड दितात की तितली चड उद्दा व्हळता ताजी बेनिफीट मेळटा. सो ताजे खातीर सांगिल्लें जॉय ऑफ लिवींग इज इन गिवींग. सो आय हॅव बीन इन दीस जॉय ऑफ लिवींग for the giving for the last about 15 to 20 years. I am the president of the Gowda Saraswath Sevak Samaj, Bangalore, and 2011 I am serving the community. So I feel so much of happiness in giving. So we have been so much of projects we are doing in serving the community. Amgal website atumhe vacheta. It is definitely very once you give देव तुमकां चड दिता दिवच्याक टू द कम्युनिटी. सो इट इज माय हंबल रिक्वेस्ट यू ऑल हैव टू जॉइन हैंड्स विथ अस टू गिव मोर टू द कम्युनिटी. आता आमगेलांतू मेनली आमी स्टार्टअप एंजल्स सांगता आमी कसल मेनली म्हळ्यार तुमकां वी हॅव टू गिव यू लॉट ऑफ इनसाइट्स ऑन एज ए मेंटर कसन तुमकां आमी सपोर्ट दिव येता म्हणून. मेनली फायनान्स इज डेफिनेटली रिक्वायर्ड तांतू देर इज नो डावट अबाउट इट. जाल्यार फायनान्स मात्र न्हय मेंटरशीप म्हळ्यार कशें जालें गायडींग यू तुमी कशी वचयता. सी इट इज माय थर्ड इनिंग्स आतां. फर्स्ट इनिंग्स एक 20 वर्सां आय वॉज इन द बैंक इन द सिनियर पोजिशन. So at the age of 42, I left the bank. I started Premier Tissues. So start केलें from zero. It went up to about 80 crore turnover. At that time, I exited that company. So after Premier Tissue, then I started in 2007 Irtex Premier Mono, एक American collaboration. Premier Tissue was with a Malaysian collaboration. So any technical collaboration, कसले foreign collaboration we are here to guide you. So we have people from Deloitte, KPMG, आमची गेल्याची मस्जन असती ज्याला तांगेला होचू का म्हणना तांगेला चमकाला रे तुम्ही 25 लाख 50 लाख एक collaboration drafting घेतात आणि we will give you free of cost because we have experience, we have done so many collaborations. I have done 2 foreign collaborations, so we can give you without any cost. So that is the idea of our GSB Startup Angels. We have about about 20-25 mentors are with us, all with the senior level experienced people. That experience we want to give it to you. So you can count on us. The only thing is, see, there is no substitute for hard work. तुम्ही येणीदवर येत आकाशा येणीदवर नुकाती. You have to go step by step. That is how we have also grown. Rome was not built in a day. So, तुम्ही कशी अंकोर कामण म्हणारी बारी अजरी patience आहे. Patience is very much required. Definitely you have to think big. Absolutely. म्हणारी आत्ता कालारी scaling up is very, very important. San corno, immediately you have to scale big. Then mantra things are really this one. आणि ये आता पुराजनान ये सांगला आम्ही ये जनरेशन नाही आम्ही I started my Premier Tissue in 95 त्यांनी टेलिफोन ना मोबाईल ना टेलिफोन असा कोणाला उलोका जाल्यार ते आजेरी ISD STD म्हणून ते चीप म्हणून सांगून आम्ही 9 घंटा नंतर फोन करचो आमगेल मॅनेजर मेड्रासान तू बंबईन तू डेल्लीन तू असं म्हणून जाल्यार 9 घंटा नंतर म्हळ्यार 4-5 घंटा रे तो 10 रुपये जाल्यार 1 मिनिटाक रात्री 9 घंटा नंतर म्हळ्यार 50 पैसे जाल्यार त्या एक कनेक्शन मेळका जाल्यार रूट फुल बिजी म्हणून 10 पाटी आमी 25 पाटी रिंग केल्यार 1 पाटी रिंग मेळटालें त्या इरा वी हॅव सीन बट वी हॅव सीन ऑल्सो द मोबाईल इरा अँड AI इरा नाव सो वी हॅव सीन बोथ but I don't know how many of you have seen this one. So same thing, finance is available now in plenty. आता मी सांगेल मला आता अनुभव मामान सांगलाय उल्हास कामत मामान सांगलाय 50 कोटी our found other lot of investors have reposed confidence in us and money is available म्हणून. When I started Premier, म्हाका 1 कोटी जावक आशिल्लें हांव कर्नाटका स्टेट फिनान्शियल I am a banker. ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಹೋಚು ಬಿಡ KSFC ಹೋಚ ಅಮೌಂಟ್ ಚಮಕಲ್ತನ ಇಂತಾನೆ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜರ್ सांगता ಸರ್ ನೀವು ಇವಾಗ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ 1 ಕೋಟಿ ಬೇಕಲ್ವಾ 40 ಲಕ್ಷ ನೀವು FD ಕೊಡಿ ಆಮೇಲೆ ನಾವು ನಿಮ್ಮದು 1 ಕೋಟಿದು ಅಪ್ಲಿಕೇಶನ್ ಪ್ರೋಸೆಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೇವೆ ಮಾಡೋಣ ಮಾಗ 40 ಲಕ್ಷ ಮಿಗಲೆ ಆಸ್ ಮುಂಜಲ ನಾವು 1 ಕೋಟಿ ತಕ್ಕ 40 ಲಕ್ಷ FD ದಿ ನಾವು ತಗಲೆ ಹೋಚುಕಾವ then I thought so now same thing आता तुमका चांगला म्हणका then see we must have some idea. See, as a banker for 20 years, I have gained lot of well-wishers. I made a small write-up with a Malaysian collaboration. And sadharan mak well-wishers sank petaila. Money started flowing. 25,000 takunu 5 laksha, 6 laksha tain jana andilla. Keeping confidence in me. And for your information, from the very first year of full year of operation, I have given dividend in Premier Tissues of 20% to the investors. And when the company was exited, they have got 16x 1 lakh invest केलेला तक वर्ष dividend मिळला. He got 16 times appreciation. That is the capital appreciation. That is what I am looking from all the startup here. I want to help you. We want to help you to have capital appreciation in your company and scale up your company. At Elon Musk he has built 500, all his 500 employees as billionaires overnight. तशी capital appreciation and katira. So there are a lot of things which you can learn, which we have learned, which we can give you free of cost, so that over minute our experience can be your experience, so that you don't make mistakes in future. So कामत मामान सांगले चड मिस्टेक्स केल्यार better म्हणून जाल्यार mistakes करनातल्यार also we can learn without mistakes also. But mistakes will be a costly mistake. Now you can learn from us without making mistakes. So these experience all definitely will help you in building the organization. आणि मेनली आम्ही स्टार्टअप आम्ही कसं केला म्हळ्यार आम्ही आमगेले आम्ही इन्वेस्ट केल्या कंपनी सांगतो डेफिनेटली वी विल नॉट ओनली गिव मनी, वी विल गिव यू ऑल दिस दी कस्टमर रेफरन्स. आतां आमी तांकां एक आमची गेलो GSB स्टार्टअप एंजलांना आनी सपोर्ट इन्वेस्ट केला काही खंडिताचे आमकां लायक आसतलो म्हूण आमी एक रेफरन्स केल्यार तुमी एक 10 म्हयने तांगेले मागशी व्हेल्यार मेळना तितून तुमकां सपोर्ट आनी तांकां मेळटा. So, customer or reference is a good ambassador than your advertisement and wasting your money. So, advisors, investors and professional support. आमगे लागी पढ़ा तुमको legal expert, legal जाओ का जल legal finance. Mainly, see, I am a forex expert, import export. कोना के forex जाओ का मोन जालारी definitely startup सांग we can definitely guide in import and export. कळलं आणि see my company is called as a T3 in AEO operator म्हणून import and export and AEO म्हळ्यार authorized economic operator म्हणून customs सांगता आसा ती आमगेल म्हळ्यार we are one of the biggest import and exporters. आमगेल containers ship आदकुनो within 24 hours because of we are AEO operator, within 24 hours reaches our factory. My factory is in Chennai. So as an AEO operator, hardly about 800 companies, including Maruti Suzuki or Odod company Reliance, 800 companies are there as AEO operator T3, and Iritex is one of that company. So we can tell you how to become efficient in your operations. So that all guidance we can definitely give you in finance, in import export. Tashinchi, in finance I'll just tell you the project report and kash korka, kash bank ka korka mon sangono. In 1995, because I was in bank, I had experience in seeing lot of projects and making reviewing the project reports. When I started my project, I went into a consultant. 15 koti मेगेल total project. ओइगा मक 30 लाख दीतू. आम तो project report दिता. जरा आम तक संगून दियो नो कसं कोर का म्हणता न तक 30 लाख दियो आम तक लगे उकावा. एक महीन भीतरी रात्री बेसचे आफ्टर सकाळी तकून रात्री ते काम असता फॅक्टरी वचूका मागीर रात्री 10 घंटे नंतर 1 घंटे ते 2 घंटे बैसून एक महिने भितर प्रोजेक्ट रिपोर्ट करून I got 15 crore loan sanction from the bank this one without a single query. So this is what all experience is available to the new startup entrepreneurs. Definitely we would like to share with you, and definitely we would support I think 15 minutes जान दिसत मेगेला. So these are the 10 minutes trusted introduction from our, because we have lot of connections with our startups and things like that. So definitely you can take all these advantages from our GSB startup angels. This is not only giving money. आणि अनेक एक अनुभव मामान सांगलें पण आमी तुमकां दुड्डू दिता जाल्यार आमी विंगड आमगेल दुड्डू नाही तो 10 जनाल दुड्डू. So we are a custodian of that. So selection process will be very tight. आता मी पहिली फर्स्ट पिच तू 8 जना कंपनीज आम्ही पिचिंग केलें तांती आमगेले 6 आनी आसा ती कोणा technical advisors आमगेलो pura very professionals in this field, and these people selected only 2. तशी बुरा जाणां आमकां GSB स्टार्टअप एंजल आसा वचारा दुड्ड मेळटा म्हळ्यार तुमकां तशी बुरा जाणां दुड्ड दिता आमगेल्या तशी दुड्ड ना. बट इफ युअर आयडिया इज गुड इट मे बी गुड फॉर यू बट मे नॉट बी गुड फॉर अस. म्हगेल भारी लायक आयडिया तांणी रिजेक्ट केलो ना म्हणून तुका आयडिया म्हळ्यार तुगेले चेडू केन्नाय तुका चंद दिसता जाल्यार आमकां चंद दिसूं का ना तुमगेले चेडू आमकां पुरो चंद दिसला रे खंडिताची आमी सपोर्ट करता ती म्हणून. आनी हे रिजनाक दुड्ड मान न्हय तुमकां विंगड आतां लिगल एडवायजर फायनान्शियल एडवायजर फॉरेक्स एडवायजर कोलाबोरेशन एडवायजर आनी कसं जालें एडवायस जावपाक आमगेले अंतू मस्त जन आमची गेला अंतू E&Y आनी अंतू प्रायज वॉटर हावस आनी पुरो आसा ती दे हॅव ऑल कम फॉरवर्ड टू एसोसिएट विथ अस. आतां हांगा तुमकां आमगे प्रोफेशनल्स आनी मस्त जन हांव लिस्टार पळयलां नांवां कोणें इफ यू वॉन्ट टू associate with us to help the community definitely please get in touch with us. We will be too happy. म्हळ्यार मंगळूर आसल्यार मंगळूरान तूं आमी कनेक्ट करता ती चार्टर्ड अकाउंटंट जावं कंपनी सेक्रेटरीज जावं कोणेंय तसो कोणेंय आस म्हूण जाल्यार खंडिताची आमकां इट वील बी ए बॉन्डिंग विथ अस एंड एज आय टोल्ड यू इन द बिगिनिंग जॉय ऑफ लिविंग इज इन गिविंग. दुड्ड मान न्हय तुमगेलें नॉलेज यू शेअर विथ अदर्स. So that also giving is definitely will help somebody. आता विंगड्याकल्या तुगे नॉलेज हेल्प करता म्हूण जाल्यार नॉलेज केन्नाय शेअरिंग इज ऑलवेज बेटर. अशी आतां सोम्यान सांगिल्लें म्हण कशी दवर नुका तुमगे नॉलेज दिता वचा ती. सो दॅट इज माय मेसेज टू यू. सो इन्वेस्ट मेंटर कनेक्ट एंड एनकरेज. अंत कसलें क्वेश्चन आसो तुमकां आतां आमी हांव शांतभोग मामो आनी विनायक कामत माम आमगेले 3 फाउंडर्स वी आर हियर आफ्टर लंच. इफ एनीबडी वॉन्ट टू हॅव ए इनिशियल डिस्कशन ऑन दिस वन अप टू 5 o'clock आमी म्हळ्यार सांजे 6 घंटा फ्लायटार आमी वता आसा ती अप टू 5 o'clock वी आर हियर आफ्टर लंच. or we can all meet, we can have a preliminary discussion with the mentors, founders of startups, and definitely we will be too happy to discuss, and this one later on we can take it forward. So kasale questions asmun jalare, I would be too happy to clarify on this. Yes, speak Andy. Shanbhag ma'am, yeah.
नमस्कार शने मॅम म्हाका ह्या नेम म्हगेलें नांव श्रीनिवास पै म्हणून म्हाका ह्या नेमकूक आशिल्लें की सपोज आतां कोण की तुमगेलें एप्लिकेशन घालता आनी तुमी ताका इन्वेस्टमेंटाक तुमी क्वॉलिफाय करनाची बट वरलेल ताका एक्सेस मेळटा की
खंडिताची तुमकां आतां इन्वेस्टमेंटाक तुमकां एक्सेस जाय न्ही म्हळ्यार यू आर नॉट क्वॉलिफायड maybe for obvious reasons you are this one, but tum kasal assistant jawka jaल्यार आतां तुका सांगला हांवें विंगड आतां लीगल आनी विंगड टेक्निकल आमकां आतां हे स्पेशलिस्ट आसा ती शानभोग मॉम एंड ऑल इज very specialist in tech. This one I am an FMCG background, this one I am not a tech expert जाल्यार we have a tech expert, AA expert आसा ती आतां प्रणव पै आसा तशी मस्त जाण आसा ती तशी डेफिनेटली आतां आमकां प्रदीप पै माम आसा. So all guidance legal जावका आमगे legal experts आसा ती आनी finance experts आसा ती कसल जावका जाल्यार यू कॅन मेल इट टू आतां तुमकां आतां आमगेलें वेबसायट सूट जालां आयज व्हरता आमगेलें वेबसायट ना आशिल्लें शानभोग मामाना in the less than 2 hours he has made a beautiful website of GSB Startup Angels in less than 2 hours. That is the power of AI. So definitely we are here to guide you. You can connect with us.
आणि मेंटरशिप लेक्कारी तुम्ही कस्टमर्स मार्केट ॲक्सेस तांतूय हेल्प करताच की
सॉरी अनेक पण तुमकी
सो मेगल क्वेश्चन कसं म्हळ्यार मेंटरशिप येता बट सपोज इन्वेस्टमेंट मेळटा ना बट फर्स्ट कस्टमर ॲक्सेस मार्केट ॲक्सेस introduction.
Yes, first process is meeting us, giving the first pitch.
Right.
Then based on certain criteria आमगेले investment committee म्हणून आसा ताजे chairman सुधीर पै माम म्हणून he is one of the seasoned professionals in many domains. So तांणी एक based on the domain vertical तांणी सिलेक्ट करताची खंयची इन्वेस्टमेंट कमिटीचे मेंबर्स आसूं का म्हणून.
रायट.
And in this answer, I also want to give one clarification. Suppose tumgele startup select jaina jalari fundaka. Your question is, can I seek support for network and mentorship and other things? Answer is yes, definitely yes. And people whom we said we will come back to you, or you are not selected in the first pitch, I want to give a message in this platform also, that it is not that we have rejected. It is right now you need more work to do, and we will help you to achieve your goals, and then come back for next round of pitching. So it is not the doors are closed for you. You keep working, we will give you inputs, and then you have an opportunity to come back and pitch again. So that is one important message through this I want to participate, to give you.
Anekeka, every month our committee is meeting, selection committee is meeting for the pitching, and IEL applications we will select and this one. So last month June antu, July into every month based on your applications and availability of application, we will pitch and we will select the startups.
Ek last question, Ani, we have displayed here. We want to share lot of contents, that speakers have asked us to share with you, and we want to create a community right now on WhatsApp. But Amgel website antu, with the help of Foxwell AI, one of the startups that we have chosen to fund, are going to create a platform where it will be a self-service portal, which will have network of mentors, investors, and it will be very, very user-friendly platform that we are going to build. Right now, we are still manual using WhatsApp. Please scan this QR code and be part of the participants community for this event. And you have all your questions, we will answer through our email. Okay? So please go ahead.
Yeah, so I have one question. A lot of entrepreneurs from the GSB community may not become successful, right? Because of various reasons.
Yes.
Is there some sort of a social security net for them to restart their lives? Because see, an entrepreneur gives some 5 to 8 years of his life to his startup. Maybe it will fail, maybe it will succeed, maybe it will remain mediocre. But if he needs to start his life again after that failure, is there some sort of a social security net that you can provide? Say maybe for 1 year, because he's been without a job, he's been a founder for 8 years, and then he has to now start life again. So some sort of a net, if it can be given, there will be more people who will be willing to take risks. Today the problem is, for example, just to tell you, the only 3 sources of funding for me when I started something was friends, family, and fools. There were no other people available. Bank was not an option. Correct. Because there were no collateral available. But if a social security net was available, then the ability to take risks goes up. So I just wanted to know whether some sort of a system has been thought of for this. If not, can you think of something?
Absolutely. So Amgel initial charter antu hai vishay nashilo, but we are seriously thinking about this. So recently Ami Dwarakanath Bhavan antu amgele Param Pujya Swamijile hattantu amgele doni startup founders ank tangele letter of intent dile. Tadnantar tanni amka एक अर्ध घंटे उल्लोनु असले एक विषय सांगलतानी तुम्ही स्टार्टअप मात्र नाही आमगेले कम्युनिटींतू सुमार जन सर्टन इंडस्ट्रीज okay they are not doing well, so they had best of their times, but for various reasons आता तांगेले business तितले चलतना imports जाता असा online गेलींची, so impact जाले तांका तुम्ही दुड्ड मात्र नाही तांका एक मॉरल सपोर्ट दियाची, ते इंडस्ट्रीक तुम्ही गायडन्स कराची आणि कसन दुसरं नमून करेत त्यावर का दियाची म्हणून त्यांनी आमका पर्सनली सांगितलं असा. वी आर सिरियसली थिंकिंग इन दॅट डायरेक्शन अँड थँक्स फॉर ब्रिंगिंग इट अप. सो हे आमगेले 5th प्रोग्राम in last 1 year maneta, including tech series. So this is the first event where we have not maintained, the time on dot. Otherwise, we always started on dot and ended on dot. So आज ही थोड़े technical issues जाचाओ सुनो, it got extended. Please bear with us. We have 2 more serious people who are chosen by our startup angels, and we want them to come here and share their experiences. 5 minutes each. Tadnantar Vinayak Kamath ma'am will express the gratitude for your being here. So bear with us. आज ही 15 minute तुमका जेवणा late जावचे पुरो, but be with us. Thank you.
थँक्यू शानबाग माम तशीची थँक्यू जी शणे माम पोटा बुक जलावा कोणा जला हात उकळ्याची नाही 15 मिनिट तुम्ही राखो का जी शणे माका मी अपास एक पण जोर क्लॅप्स मारया भारी चंद सेशन आनीक कसं म्हळ्यार रे आमगेल समाजान तुची मस्त ब्रँड आसाची आईस्क्रीम खाताना आमकां प्रदीप माम उडगास देवका कारान तो टिश्यू पेपरा बॉक्स पळयतना जी शणे माम उडगास देवका आमकां कळिना आमगेले प्रॉडक्ट्स ते पूरा आमगेले समाजाचे तशें जावन ते पूरा तुमी उडगास देवन घेवका म्हणून हांव निमगयता आसा तशेंची शणे मामालेची उतरान तूं सांगची जाल्यार रे पुळे पंत 10 चेरडू आयलेलीची तांतू 2 चेरडू तांकां मस्त इश्ट जालीची एक डिस्क्रायबाचे अक्षय नायक आमगेलो आसा ताका फंडींग लेटर ऑफ इंटेंट दिला आनी फंडींग प्रोसेसर आसा अक्षय नायक कितें करून येवन एक 2 उतर उलोवका म्हणून हांव निमगून घेता आसा कशें आशिल्लें प्रोसेस काही थंय येवन पावला ते जर्नी म्हणून येस
हॅलो सगळ्यांक नमस्कार हांव अक्षय नायक म्हणून आमगेले डिस्क्रायब म्हण एक प्रॉडक्ट आसा आमी वी आर इंटू हेल्थ टेक सेक्टर सो in India there are about 70,000 hospitals but 95% of them are still relying on paper particularly in the IPDs when we get admitted right आमी केदान admit जाता पळयाची तेदाना कसं डॉक्युमेंटेशन जाता ते सकड इंडियान तात मोस्टली 95% पेपरांत आसा सो हाजे निमित्त कसन जाता आशिल म्हळ्यार मस्त डिले जाता आशिल वन ऑफ द की थिंग इज ड्युरिंग डिस्चार्ज सकाळी 10 घंटेक डॉक्टरान येवन डिस्चार्ज सांगले म्हळ्यार आमी पुरो पेपर वर्क जावन भायर वचचे सांजवाळा रात्री 8 घंटे जाता आशिल्ले सो हे की प्रॉब्लम खले जातास म्हूण आमी पळयले हॉस्पिटल्सान मस्त इनएफिशियन्सीज आसा तो आमी हाऊ कॅन वी ओवरकम दीस इफ वी सी दॅट देन डिजिटायझेशन वॉज अ डेफिनेट वे बट वेन इट कम्स टू द डिजिटायझेशन इन इंडिया रायट one of the key entry barrier for any digitization is the data entry part. Unless the data is being entered, nothing can be digitized. So for that, we have built a product called Describe, starting from the, which is suitable for the high load environment in India, suitable for Indian culture, where the doctors, nurses can work just like they are working right now. So Describe is a tab and stylus based solution where they can directly write on the tabs just like they write on the paper. So we are envisioning providing the intelligence to healthcare in India without actually asking the doctors or the clinicians how they actually work. So in this journey and while trying to achieve this, we are very fortunate to get selected for GSB Startup Angels. We are very fortunate to have the blessings of our elders in our community. We are very fortunate to get the letter of intent from our Swamiji from the community with all the blessings and Ashirwad from him. So with this, the process how we got into this was very seamless for us, I can say. So it was very swift. Actually, personally, to be very frank, I hadn't expected this to happen this soon, to come this way. So I had also been the part of the event that happened on 2023 Bangalore Conclave, Entrepreneurship Conclave. there the promises were made on getting the fund curated. So I was very keen on that. Particularly, I was looking for our community to come up with a plan to actually execute that. So finally, on March 15th, the word came out that GSB Startup Angels is being launched. And suddenly I got excited that, yes, this is the moment I can connect with the community better. Being a great admirer of GSB community, this was a great chance for me. And even from then, we contacted the team, and then there was a selection process where we had to pitch the idea or pitch the startup as well, where they dig through all the aspects of the startup. And then finally, we got the letter of intent from Swamiji, which is a great fortunate thing for us. So in this journey, I would like to ask our GSB community people and all the leaders who have done this earlier to help us out. Finance is one crucial thing, the capital which we are getting. But more than that, like Gigi Shanai ma'am told, the access to mentorship and access to networks, which would be very crucial for the startups like us who are just starting with the taking a little amount of risk. And I can say GSB Startup Angels can act as a catalyst in our journey to make this happen. Yeah, thank you for this.
Thank you so much. प्रोसिजर बारी सुलभच म्हणले कोण मस्त PPT आजी रेडी जाता की म्हणले तसा तशीची आनी हॉस्पिटला वचून कोणी म्हणल्यार कदां डिस्चार्ज म्हणले क्ल्यार तुमी एका विशय सांगला जाल्ले डिस्क्रायबाक सब्सक्रायब जाला पुरो सुलभ कोण दिता तांणी काम म्हणून जोर क्लॅप्स फर्स्ट तांणी लेटर ऑफ इंटेंट तांकां मेळ्ळा तशीची आनी एक लेटर ऑफ इंटेंट मेळ्ळेले फॉक्सवेल AIचे निखिल कामत एंड टिमाक तांकां हांव वेदिके वयर आपयता जोर क्लॅप्स मानू लेट्स वेलकम निखिल ऑन स्टेज.
हॅलो सगळ्यांक नमस्कारू हांव निखिल कामत. सो आज हांव म्हगेल जर्नी विशयी एक हांगा कोणपूर आयल्याची एंटरप्रेनर्स तांकां एक शेअर करता म्हणलेकला. सो एक टू बी वेरी ऑनेस्ट कसं म्हळ्यार भंय जातास म्हाका फर्स्ट टायम हांव एक स्टेजार येवन इतले जाणां येद्र उलयतास. सो थँक्यू आय मीन थँक्यू टू GSB स्टार्टअप एंजल्स. सो अशीच म्हाका लास्ट मंथ 16th आमकां पिचकोर उल्हास कामत सर यू कॅन को ऑफिस आपयलें GSB स्टार्टअप एंजल्सा पिचकोरूक. अशी भंय जाता आशिल्लें भायर वेट करतना. बट हांव भितर चमकलो आनी पिच्च केल्लें एंड जाल्लें इट वर्कड आउट. सो आमी कसं करता पुराक एक फर्स्ट टायम आसता आमकां भंय जाता बट आमी तें वचून करचें इम्पॉर्टंट आनी ताका अशें एक प्लॅटफॉर्म आमकां केन्नाय मेळका त्या जी आमकां GSB स्टार्टअप एंजल्स प्रोवायड करतास. सो आज एक ट्रेंडींग टॉपीक कसं म्हळ्यार AI पुरा जन AI विशयी उलयता आसाची. सो आनी आमी मस्त पळोवचा मेळटा की मस्त जन AIक जॉब्स लूज करता सांची. सो आमी ह्या स्पेसार फोकस करता म्हणून आमी आमगेलो प्रोजेक्ट प्लॅन केलेले. सो आमी वॉट वी सॉ वॉज इन द AI स्पेस दॅट दीस इज अ ट्रेंड. सो जेन्नान ह्याचे विशयी भिवका म्हणना आनी मे बी लॉट ऑफ पीपल आर लूजिंग जॉब्स बट आमगेल कंपनी इज एन एग्जाम्पल. आमी एक 9 जनाले 23 year olds पुरो जन टीम घेवन आज एक लास्ट 2 months एक 12 products डेवलप केला. सो हांव कसं म्हणचें म्हळ्यार सगळ्यांक ह्या एक ऑपॉर्च्युनिटी सो पुरा जनांनी यूज करता आनी इन हिस्ट्री आय डोंट थिंक देर हॅज बीन अ बेटर टायम टू स्टार्ट अप अशें करून. इवन अंकुश सरान म्हणलें एवरी कंपनी हॅज टू एडॉप्ट टू AI. So it doesn't change anything. It will normalize. Just like COVID. So COVID etana pura jan malari, there was a panic, there were ups and downs. But 2-3 years down the line, it normalized. Vaccine create केल. So आम्ही एक या vaccine चे AI shift टाक करता सच एक AI adoption company आम गेला Foxwell AI म्हणून. So आमगेल community इंतु देवस, देवस्थानस, मठस, स्वामस, आणि आमगेल fooddस, त्या पुरा riches. But अत्ते एक या time अंतु, it was very important. असल एक platform है उचक, which will empower startups. And I believe this is not just a platform or an initiative, a complete ecosystem. Atte kantu 50 crore fund ashapur, but hantu ani mast janetta je initiative animita. Shanbag sir, Gigi Shane mamman, pura getti like initiative animita. Mast jan hantu ettan, jeni mast amgel community startups empower jatta chimona believe karta. Ani hantu dokun viral startups e phai evunu haka contribute karta chimonu mak dista. So तशी आम्ही लास्ट मंथ 1 महिने जाय न्ही आम्ही 16 ताक पिच केल्लें लास्ट मंथ आनी 20th आमकां एक कन्फर्मेशन लेटर आयलें दॅट कन्फर्मेशन मेल आयलें ते आमगेले स्टार्टअप सिलेक्ट जाला म्हणून आनी 23rd लास्ट मंथ आमकां एक सोम्याल आशिर्वाद मेळ्ळें सोम्याल हत्ता दोकून मेळ्ळें सो ते आमगेले एक कंपनी स्टार्टाक एक व्हड विशय हांगा दोकून आमकां मेळ्ळें बट एक वॉर्निंग आसा म्हाका पुरा स्टार्टअप्स हांगा कोण येता तांकां दिवचा इता म्हणल्यार म्हाका हांगा आमकां जीजी शेणे मामान मेंटरींग केलां हांगा येवन जातरी ताजे नंतर आत थंय म्हाका करेक्ट न्हिदोवचो टायम मेळ्ळी इता म्हणल्यार तिकले लीड्स प्रोजेक्ट्स आयलास फंडिंगात प्रोसेस आसा बट एक 4-5 मेजर प्रोजेक्ट्स आमकां क्लोज जाला एक 2 मेजर प्रोजेक्ट्स आतां आमी डिस्कशनार आसाच सो 1 महिने दोकून म्हाका न्हिदोवचो टायम मेळ्ळी सो तुमी सिरियस आसल्यार मात्र तिकले हांगा येवं का म्हूण ह्या प्लॅटफॉर्माक सो या तिकलेच
थँक्यू निखिल एक जोर क्लॅप सपास निखिलाक येवं निखिल स्टेजार आयलाल मनीशू न्ही हांव ताका मस्त टायम दाखोवन पळयत जाल्यार राज येवन इतले उरलायला जोर क्लॅप्स ताका मोटिवेट जावं म्हूण तुमगे क्लॅप्स निमून घेता आसा तशेंच आज सपोर्ट केलेलो तसले वर्क वर्क सिलिकॉन बीच प्रोग्राम आज लायक जेवणा वेवस्था केलेले थंदूर हॉस्पिटॅलिटीज आनी लायव्ह टेलिकास्ट आशिल्ली यूथ ऑफ GSB एक बंद जोर क्लॅप्स हे संदर्भ येवं म्हण निमून घेता आनी एक ड्रीम कशी बिजनेसांत वाडूका म्हळ्यार एक बंद दुड्ड आयल्यार बी बिजनेस जाता म्हणून जाल्यार एक वर्क स्पेस कशें आसता म्हणून जाल्यार तुमी पळोवका जाल्यार हांगाची वर्क वर्क वचून एक पळोवचें तसलें एक टूर तांणी अरेंज केलेलो आसा तुमकां दनपार जेवण जातरी पळोवचें आसल्यार कोणाकय को वर्किंग स्पेस मॅनेज्ड वर्क स्पेस पळोवचें आसल्यार देखून तुमी वचून म्हण निमून घेता आसाची आतां विनायक कामत माम वोट ऑफ थँक्स दिवच्याक येता
नमस्कार गुड आफ्टरनून हांवें बरोवन घेतला तशें बेगियो जिता सो दॅट इट्स फास्टर So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you all had a interesting and useful half day at this event today. Why mala ek chappal tatiya please. आमगेल जीजी शेणे मामन केन्ना सांगचे आमगेल ट्रम्पेट आमी ब्लो कोन घेवका आमगेल ब्रँड आमी डेव्हलप करका पिंगल कोणें येनाची सो आय एम फॉलोइंग हिज फुटस्टेप्स. The district of Dakshina Kannada is known to have been the cradle of innovation and entrepreneurship for over 150 years, as we remember. That's food ashil dista, but we remember up to 150 years. There have been many pioneers in the field of education, banking, ice cream, coaching, pygmy banking, cooking, musing, etc. So it's very apt and befitting that we had our GSB Startup Angel event in Mangalore, and we hope to continue the journey of entrepreneurship forward into this next generation. I do not want to make you wait long for the scrumptious lunch, but before that, please permit me to acknowledge the persons and team which have made this event possible and offer my vote of thanks. Firstly, I would like to thank our Kumari Prarthana Prabhu for the melodious Ganesha invocation prayer. Dhanyavad Prarthana, and God bless you abundantly. And continue with your musical journey, and our best wishes are with you. Vantara Ventures, Srimati Purnima Nayak. What's her name? Ventana. तीन उलयता हांव खंयची भायर आशिल्ली दिसता. So Ventana Ventures, Srimati Purnima Nayak welcome the gathering
to Wrk Wrk. Before that, Kali Avanga, I was here by about 2:30, 2:45. Angail could suddenly ma kushi jale. First lekki lekashastki. I'm a Bangalorean. Amka Mangalore and Malar Sakada Winger type Polon Abhyasa. Hang Polona, we really were very happy to see a real world class facility. Kushi jal mak Polona. I immediately photo kanamgal group agale. Must like venue. I select Kelamono. Wonderful venue. So let me go ahead with my presentation. So on behalf of Sri Rohit Bhatt, she explained, again start kar. Vantana Venture, Srimati, yama makwe startup, so I am also learning this. So Vantana Venture, Srimati Purnima Nayak welcomed the gathering to Wrk Wrk on behalf of Sri Rohit Bhatt. She explained the creation of a world-class workplace in Mangalore. She also highlighted about Silicon Beach program and its facilities. A big thanks to Srimati Purnima Nayak for participating and supporting us in this event. Big thanks, mine. Special thanks to Sri Rohit Bhatt for supporting and his message. Our Ullas Kamath Ma'am has set the context regarding entrepreneurship, leadership, wealth creation, and most importantly, giving back to the society. Yeah, word giving back to the society, I imagine mastpant aikalichi. So please take it back seriously and start giving back. A point which generally we forget. I mean, very gyauchentu astachi. Diuche palaina chami. So we should not do that. Kamath Ma'am always brings more clarity to topics which makes us more committed to take things forward with conviction. We are really grateful to Ullas Kamath Ma'am for the opening speech and setting the context for today's event. We really appreciate him for sharing his time with us between his travel from Bangalore to Shimoga to Mangalore. Amgel Goskar Abilitani, 11:30 Vitlatang program Ashilke. Ami generally joke on Sanktachi. Modil next to Ullas Kamath Ma'am must busy as someone. So thanks Ullas Kamath Ma'am for your guidance, mentorship, and seamless support to our Samaj. Pranav Pai, must charging a shiltangil speech. Tani title dura sunu charge kilajal hang ashildala kasan tashil got namaka. So Pranav Pai, managing partner of 314, really charged our audience by his India at $10 trillion economy and AI is your opportunity. First time I aikata AI opportunity mon sakada beyond solale. I'm first. Sri Pai has actually turned the threat and confusion created by AI into a big opportunity and also a nation building mission. Endaka ami a challenge getler nation we build koreta. So Atma Nirbhar Jat amgele. Thanks Sri Pranav Pai for the informative and captivating presentation with an awesome and passionate delivery. We really appreciate your support and thank you for your precious time and sharing your valuable thoughts with us. Last time Tanni Kashimata kam address kelaltadna, he actually came directly from Japan and addressed us. Really nice. Pradeep Pai Ma'am. Dream, dare and do. The reality of building a business. Sri Pradeep Pai Ma'am took us through his journey of how he built the famous brand of Hangyo ice cream and made it very popular. Pradeep Ma'am, you and your Hangyo ice cream journey is an inspiration to all of us. You have set a trend which motivates us to take up challenges. It's an honor to have you with us today and listen to you in person. Thanks a lot, Pai Ma'am, and we are grateful for you being with us today at this event. Next is hearing from an expert. Sri Ankush Nayak, Director IT and AI from the well-known expert group of institutions. I mean, Bangalore, Mangalore, first time this the expert. Hod Gudderi, Hod Aksharana. Okay, we are very happy and proud to see that. So, Sri Nayak took us through how skill upgradation and continuous learning leading to career readiness in the IT era, which has given us a direction of taking on the AI challenge. Expert group which has helped lakhs of students to build their career is now taking up the AI challenge and training the next generation to understand AI, master it and convert it into an opportunity. Thanks Sri Ankush Nayak for the inputs and giving us hope that we need not be scared of AI, but we can control it. We appreciate your input, Sri Nayak. And next, my two good friends, R.S. Shanbag Ma'am highlighted the journey of GSB Startup Angels, its conception, intent and plan. Tani simple jan sangle, but actually it's not simple. Max struggle kela tani. Rati 10 ganteg message ani etta shile, tan jaini, han jaini mono. But he made it look quite simple. The theme of GSB Startup Angel is giving back to the society. This is something I keep liking. Gigi Shanai Ma'am, energetically at 70 plus, started with the joy of giving is joy of living is in the joy of giving. give back to the society. Gigi Shanai ma'am also explained the GSB Startup Angels methodology, and this is available for the Samaj Bandhavas. Thanks a lot, R.S. Shanbag ma'am and Gigi Shanai ma'am for this wonderful GSB initiative which will benefit our Samaj startups. The Samaj really appreciates this benevolent concept and mission. Ani, we had the two youngsters from Describe and Foxwell AI. So we are very happy and proud that you could pitch and get this opportunity from GS Startup Angels. Kasn't like this malari. Dog jana they were not from Bangalore malari. Mangalore atulayilinchi, Shumaga atulayilinchi, which means that the future, Gandhiji Sangila, future is in the rural area. I think it is really proving right now. So we wish you all the best from GSB Startup Angels and rest of the team here. Next, our sponsors, Wrk Wrk for providing this world-class venue and conducting this program at Mangalore. A big round of applause. Special thanks to the facility head, Mr. Lovejoy, for his proactive dynamic leadership. Suddenly we were wondering whether he is doing it or we are doing it. Initiative tagila. Thanks a lot, Wrk Wrk and team. We had a wonderful time in this lovely world-class facility in this Nama Bangalore. He is standing here. Thank you, sir. Special thanks to Silicon Beach program for supporting us in conducting this program here when we planned this event. Next, Tandoor. Tani ammi anga plan kelal tanna tani graciously volunteer kela support korukam. So by providing us breakfast and lunch, thanks Akshay, Vadi and Tandoor team for this gracious support. Generally, Amchigel Malari, it has to end with a good food, and this is a lovely opportunity. Special thanks to the event managers, Proto Concepts team led by Sri Gurudat Bantwalkar and Srimati Sahana Kini and team for setting up this awesome setup, which is grand, attractive and classy. Kalyam Yangetan Kasan Nashila, our Kasan Kartaki, one Partashilo, within 1.5 hours, clean down set Kela, and we even appreciated attention to details. Tani Kasane. Wire Galer Samokon Kela, even the Makshi, Shanbag was telling, Sakata generally to me Takar to Etar Makshi Kasanas want this, Aj Kasan this and Tave close Kelatani. This is something which I did not even see in Bangalore. Great job. So we appreciate the good work done meticulously and in a professional plus on time, which is most important. 5 ghante close Kelatani. A big thanks to the Proto Concepts team. The Youth of GSB team is always the backbone of any GSB event. Their coverage of this program, both on-site and streaming it live, which will be preserved forever. Thanks a lot, GSB team. Great job. For your unstinted support and your live coverage, which is taking this event to people across the country. Okay, thank you. So, finally, the most important component of this event are the participants, you all. So, Pausailo, Sunday, in spite of that, you turned up in large numbers. So, you have come across Dakshina Kannada. Actually, I have a county registration. If my memory goes right, out of the 216 registration, 167 was from Mangalore and Udupi, 16 was from Kerala, and 15 was from Bangalore, 5 was from Maharashtra, 6 was from Shimoga, 5 from Hubli Dharwad, Kade Goa, Uttarakhand, itlu jana chaila. I'm got not little widespread jatamano. So I'll again read it. So you have come across Dakshina Kannada and Udupi district plus Kerala, Bengaluru, Hubli, Mysore, Shivamogga, Uttara Kannada, Goa and also from Maharashtra. We really appreciate your interest and the will to upgrade your knowledge and trying to take up challenges knowing that they are difficult. So John F. Kennedy in Sangile, when they launched that moon mission, we are taking it up not because it's easy, but because it's difficult, Mono. Your very participation is really amazing. Your presence, participation and inquisitiveness motivates us to bring out more programs to Tier 2 cities. Together we can build a strong community and in turn a strong nation. A big round applause to all the participants. Lastly, we appreciate the support of the volunteers from the leadership program team. Youngsters ani ailitani sakani yevno amkani help keltani. So you have come all the way and supported us in large numbers at Mangalore. Ami lekila Mangalore akash korche mono tani chaldu aneon sakkad sulub jon kele. Thanks a lot to the youngsters for coming on a Sunday and supporting us. We also would like to thank our Gowda Saraswath Sevak team who supported us in bringing this event to Mangalore. Tani plan ani kornu, they have really made it a grand success. Thanks everyone. Namaskar.
Thank you, Vinayak Mam. एक मिनट AI येऊन मिगल काम होत की गोत ना, but विनायक मम्मान माहिती घेतला मिगल काम 100% होतं. तिथले लाईक करून लिहिलेचे. Thank you विनायक मम, मस्त लाईक करून लिहिलेचे. तशीच
अनेक जायनी. I'd like to thank Kiran for conducting the Master of Ceremonies and doing a great job.
Thank you.
So आम्ही स्टार्ट केलेलं त्यांना we were expecting 50 to 75. So we ended up with 216 registrations and we stopped abruptly. म्हळ्यार ह्या जाग्यान जायना Youth of GSB live अशा वचून तांणी घरा दाखून पळयता म्हणून. So that jump from 80 to 216 is after Kiran's invitation in Youth of GSB going live. So he is already a man of viral reels, and this really helped us to get most of you here. Thank you, Kiran.
Thank you, शानबाग मॅम. आता आणि वेळ करण्यात 15 मिनिट मिळाला, 17 मिनिट जाल्ले, जेवणाक रेडी जाला. देखून राईट सायड अंतू तंदूर हॉस्पिटॅलिटीस देखून लायक जेवणा व्यवस्था केला. देखून पूर जणांनी जेवणूची हांगा देखून वचुका आनी कोणाक पिच करू असल्यार देखून तुम्ही रब्बो येता. शानबाग माम तशीची जिजी शणै माम आसाची, तांगेल गायडन्स तुमकां 100% मेळटा. देखून जेवणाक वचका म्हणून हांव रिक्वेस्ट करून घेता. सर थँक्यू, देव बरें करो.